edition, so like the not exactly remake, but Master Quest version for the PS4 and Xbox One. Give me just a minute to make sure I'm in my proper window over on Twitch. There we go. You may notice we are not in the far tower of the Lost Bastille that the Pursuers boss fight opened up a shortcut to. We are back at Hades Tower of Flame because A, I wanted to try and get the little souvenir you need to join the Blue Sentinels Covenant. Couldn't quite yet. It requires another player summoning you into their world and you helping them defeat a boss, I think. And we've not been in areas where it's like, I guess, super duper common for folks at this point to summon folks in, so I'll just have to try for a bit longer, probably after stream today. But today we're going to be starting off by tackling the area that the Lost Bastille is normally accessible by, right on the other side of Hades Tower of Flame. And in order to do that, we've got to fight our way through the closest thing to like a proper sewer level this game has to offer. It's really short though, this like connecting area, but it is full of kind of tough enemies, I think. I think it is in this version. We picked up a monastery charm, and I honestly forget what that one does. It's not Allfather Lloyd's talisman, which prevents other folks from healing. Cures poison and restores HP. A blessed charm. Many such charms were blessed in reconstructed ancient ceremonies, carried out in the monastery of Lindelt, now known as the New Home of Miracles, so that's where the con woman Lissy is from. Though it may lack the power of an original, in circumstances dire enough, an imitation can be quite enough. Oh, we've got another great sword knight down here. These are easily the most fragile of the three types of old knights. I think maybe the mace men are the tankiest? I don't know, the others are pretty close to each other. Oh, hey. This has got to be a trap, to some extent, right? No? Human effigy and dark troches. Got some cash and an old knight halberd. So, the troches, I believe boost dark resistance? Yeah, resistance against the dark. Troches with an inexplicably pungent odor. I'm gonna pronounce that differently every time. Temporarily boosts dark defense. Verbal histories often mention Saint Elizabeth. That's the mushroom from Ulasil in the first game. Her uniquely concocted medicines and potions are still widely used today. So see? This is a great example of how this game handles continuity from Dark Souls 1. First off, Ulasil was lost, you know, a good while before the main narrative of Dark Souls 1, but now, the characters from those narratives are remembered only, like, verbally, and we know that, like, somebody named Elizabeth existed and was an important healer, but we have next to no information about who or what she was, hence why the whole she was a giant talking mushroom thing is kind of forgotten. I think that's really good world building. Now let's also check out that halberd that we definitely can't use because it's real big. Not super heavy though, because it's rusted away. An undated halberd, wielded by a warrior from a time so ancient that there exists no record of his endeavors, has extremely low durability. That's the trade-off for all the old knight gear. It's pretty good for what it is. It's not, like, ridiculously heavy, even though it's, you know, heavier than what we would like. But it falls apart really quickly. Sometimes just as a thing falls to pieces, it unleashes the last flash of great power. And yes, all of the old knight weapons, as I recall, do actually, we can use it with both hands, though, if we were so inclined. Do actually, gain a ridiculous amount of power when they're down to, like, maybe their last 10-15% of durability, something like that. Also, as we'll be seeing throughout our playthrough of Dark Souls 2, a whole lot more weapons and armor and shields and things have special effects, which I think adds a whole lot of charm to the game's arsenal. Again, you guys are going to get really sick of me, like, making the hard sell for Dark Souls 2. Oh, this guy! This is a Cyan Knight, I think, S-Y-A-N. One of King Vendrick's, like, personal guard. Now, in the base game, they wouldn't be encountered until much later, until, I believe, after we'd acquired all 4 of the Lord Souls again. But one of them is stationed down here. They're not too tough. They have really good defense, but that's about it. What do we have here? Oh, Sublime Bone Dust. This is really important stuff. We can use this to upgrade our Estus Flask. Charred Ashen Bones. Cast them into the Far Fire in Majula to increase the HP restored with each use of your flask. They say these are the remains of a saint who cast himself into the bonfire, so linking the fire. But we'll never know for sure, for soot and ashes tell no story. I don't know about that. There's such things as material culture, and... oh Christ, my grad program's already transforming the way I talk way too much. Now let me see. This isn't the full extent of this area. I know that for a fact. There's like a second little cistern. It could just be, you know, at the bottom of the lift, but I don't think so. Come on, anything hidden here? Oh, no, I think it might be at the bottom of the cistern. My bad. Or at the bottom of the lift. There's going to be another area almost identical to what we just passed through, except waterlogged, meaning our movement will be a little bit hampered. You know, like it was back in Poop City in the first game, or in the stagnant water in and around Darkroot Basin. Hurrah for Lever. Yeah. Kudos Lever, holding it down. Yeah. Wait, no, is our movement hampered? Not yet, maybe? Maybe it doesn't. Oh! There's hollow infantry here. And I'm sorry, there goes the neighbor's dog again. And another basilisk who has petrified this poor soul. What we really need is the depetrification item. Melentia is selling one of them for a premium. But we might want to save hers for, I believe it's... yeah, I think to get one of the special boss soul merchants, you have to use one of those branches. Oh, not here. Yeah, that's right, because normally there is, in the base game, there's a friendly NPC who kind of acts as the Solaire stand-in, Lucatiel of Mira here, and I think she's personally just a bit cooler than Solaire. Nowhere near as memorable because he was so campy, but yeah. Welcome to No Man's Wharf. A secret cove built for client people of the Kingdom of Drang Lake that served as both prison and workhouse, as well as like a secret home base for them, as they were effectively conscripted into Vendrick's armies to take a bunch of the undead. Hey, MC, good to see you. Hope you've had a good day so far. We're going to be learning a bit more about Vendrick's approach to the undead curse, at least at first here, and his basically amounted to, well, kind of what Lordran did with the asylums, but in a slightly more orderly fashion. Just lock them all up for now, and we're going to try to find, except unlike Lord Gwyn and his folks, as we'll see, Vendrick and the other leadership figures in Drang Lake, and this is why I ultimately have to say they were well, for the most part, they were better leaders, is they were determined to find a way to end the curse of the undead, or to completely ameliorate its negative effects, i.e. hollowing. and instead harness its positive effects, like increased longevity and immortality and things like that, to positive ends. That would be the goal of Vendrick, and the other major leader will be meeting, or following in the footsteps of, later on, Lord Aldia, respectively. Nashandra, the third major figure in Drangleic political history, had a bit of a different idea. So, No Man's Wharf is all about the ambushes. And the ambushes are carried out usually not by hollow infantry, but by those bulkier Viking-looking dudes, the Varangians. The client people hold up here. And yeah, they basically are just Vikings. The Varangians, for those who don't know, were a Scandinavian people, so an actual, like, Viking quote-unquote culture. Hold on, can we get this guy to, like, light this torch? I'm curious. Oh, no. Shame. Who migrated eventually to, well, modern-day Ukraine. And were apparently, like, this is in official histories, so powerful and so inspiring and so on, that a leader of a Varangian warband, Ryurik, was invited, quote-unquote, to serve as the sovereign of the Kievan Rus people, who would go on eventually to become, like, the progenitors of the modern Russian culture. And in fact, direct descendants of the Varangians, or those who claimed direct descendants from Ryurik and the Varangians, ruled Russia, or, sorry, the predecessor states of Russia, well on until the establishment of the... hold on. Let me take care of this guy. Varangians are actually really bad news, as they were in real life. The establishment of the Romanov dynasty. And in fact, after the Russian state, or proto-Russian state, so like the Kievan state, converted to state Eastern Orthodoxy under Vladimir the Great, a contingent of mighty Varangian warriors, the Varangian Guard, were sent as like a gift of friendship to... There is no illusory wall here, come on, stop playing. At least I don't think, unless they add it, no. To the Byzantine Emperor, and the Varangian Guard served in some capacity as kind of an honor guard, like a successor to the incredibly powerful Praetorian Guard of the Western Empire. I may or may not have gotten all my facts correct there, but that's closer than not, I think. Hey, Spanners, good to see you. They said, what's poppin', my dudes? I'm on my Mac, so that's fun. Oh, yeah. Macs are great for stability, so hopefully we should have fewer, like, streaming issues there, I guess. So, in the original game, I distinctly recall there not being anywhere near as many, like, infantrymen here. Instead, there were hordes and hordes of Varangians. And the Varangians were much harder to deal with than these guys, because as you noticed, it's kind of hard to stagger them. And, I've not kept any of them alive long enough to showcase this, but they specialize in extremely fast, like, combos executed with their dual swords or their cutlasses. Spinner says I usually have a good connection on my phone, so that's too good. Yeah, that's... I'm glad to hear that, man. I always struggle to get, like, a really decent, like, video stream going on my phone if I'm not working off of my home's Wi-Fi. This is just, like, an imprisoned hollow. No big deal. Oh, A key is jank, though? That's a shame. I've got one of those on my computer, too. I think it's C. C sticks a little every now and again for whatever reason. So, No Man's Wharf is the first area that really plays with, the the added emphasis on light in Dark Souls 2. There are obviously a ton of sconces we could light around here for additional visibility, and there are special enemies in this area that react very, very poorly to light, which means we actually want a torch out throughout this entire area, if we can help it. But we can't right now. Oh, here's Dark Souls 2's version of Undead Dogs. They're just as fun as they were in the first game. Huh, throwing knife. Hey, buddy. Bye, buddy. What do they drop? Oh, like, just little parcels of cash. Spanner says light is a concept, or like light versus dark. Literally like flame. We can, like, carry torches around and use them to ward off, like, beasts that live in the darkness, like they can't stand the light. Oh, here she is. This is Lucatiel.
What is it? I don't know you. And you don't know me. Things are better that way.
She wears an absolutely gorgeous-looking outfit. I really like the mask attached to, like, the stylized musketeer's hat.
You are not one. Normally, people keep a safe distance when they see this mask. She...
I don't think we're one to speak when it comes to fashion.
From the land of Mira to the far east. Across the mountains. They say Drang Lake brims with powerful souls. And so I came to claim my share.
Spanner says, a dumb question, but why is your shield upside down? We raise it with the L1 button when we actually, like, brace to block an attack. See, it's kind of strapped onto the arm, kind of in the fashion of a gauntlet, so when we move the arm, the shield moves along with it, or ideally, that's the way it would work.
You are an odd one indeed. I've always made a point of avoiding...
So Lucatiel is one of those characters whose storyline we can advance by finding her, speaking to her, and I think also calling her in to assist with various boss battles. I think she's available for 4 or 5 different fights.
My sword is always ready.
She's one of 2 characters who become like our best friends throughout the course of the thing. MC says you also have more strength on your arm that way, better for blocking. Yeah, you draw upon, like, the... Well, no, that particular style of brace also offers just greater stability, because it's using, like, your entire arm instead of your hand, like, say, a buckler would.
Oh, an odd one. Well, you... I can't... Don't head.
Not a problem, man, not a problem. Now, what's back here? 3 human effigies. That's good, because I'm gonna die a whole lot, especially once we get to the Bastille proper. Hello, Mr. Varangian. You're looking very pillagey today. Oh, that's right, they do fade away into dust. Here I was hoping we would glitch one of them out in the style of the infantrymen from yesterday and just have them falling from the sky 24 times as we run back and forth across the area. Gotta be a secret here, right? Impossible? What? Oh, the neighbor's dog has just been in rare form the past few days. No idea what that is about. That is not an illusory wall, that is a door we cannot open. Oh. We got guests? Yes, we do. Or did. Now, let me see. What exactly are we going to need in this? That is oil. You don't want to get doused in oil, as it will make you far more... Spanners asks if you tried making a meat offering to appease the beast. I don't think I've ever seen this dog. I've only heard it. You don't want to be doused in oil, as that will then render you far more vulnerable to the various archers' flame arrows. Notice all the archers in this area use flaming arrows for that very reason. Now, we want to light that giant brazier hanging from the ceiling. Please tell me we get a piece of the Varangian kit. Now just arrows. Ah, and some cash. That's, I mean, you know, I'll take it. Secret? No. Okay, I know there are illusory walls here, I just don't remember where exactly. Spanish says, cover yourself in the opposite of oil. That is actually a mechanic later on. We can douse ourselves in water to significantly lessen fire-based damage. Soil, I suppose? Oh, these are the things that are afraid of the light. These are... I forget their exact name, but it's basically like, what if a great ape was like an eldritch monster from the nether realm? Oh, how I wish I had a torch right about now. They can be backstabbed, though. I think. Yep. Oh, these things are so creepy. They actually do have an equipment... Spanner says it's Lanky Kong. Yeah, he's not had a great, like, couple decades since DK64 couldn't find work, and so just ended up on the docks here. They actually do have a unique armor set, I believe, that they drop. Somehow. So we've got the Emit Force Miracle, I think, and some money. I think there's more Dark Lurkers in there. Oh, why don't we have the item that lets you automatically light a torch? That would be great. Oh, we have Dark Pine Resin. Yeah, just cursed resin. Effective against enemies that fear dark, such as clerics and magical creatures. We don't have any of the good stuff, though. The charred pine resin, I think it is. MC says you should see Metro 2033 Librarians. Don't think I ever have. Well, I might have. I don't know. Huh. Going to maybe want to use a pinch of this repair powder in a bit, because that scimitar is getting a little fragile. So, all of the swordsmen drop arrows, and the archer drops a sword. That's, yeah, that makes sense. Really, what we want to do here is just gather up as much of the loot in the area as we can, like, safely, then open up a shortcut back to the bonfire that we can use to run through with a torch and, like, light the place up. Hello, Nightmare. Oh, that's a great trap for first-time players. Oh yeah, they can also inflict the bleed status, which is not great. But you know what is great? Treasure. No, 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 no. Man, if I had a torch, all of you guys would be running and screaming for the hills right about now. Seriously, no joke. If you have a torch out, they just cower in fear for a certain period of time. And it's a pretty generous period of time at that. Oh right, they can Kool-Aid Man their way through, and that's a trap chest. I am committed to getting that treasure, even though it will probably kill me. Wait a minute. Do we just have the one firebomb? Oh, that's a pity. Enjoy! Oh, the Varangian helm. Nice. Spanner says, if I disappear, my mom made me go catch a Carablast. It's one of the stranger errands I've heard about, but fun. And MC sent us this photo. Oh, dear. That used to be a librarian, did it? Jeez. Looks kind of like, what do you call them? Brutes, I think? The Reaper-augmented Krogans from Mass Effect 3. Or Krogan, I should say. I think the plural is still Krogan. And Spanners asks, are they flammable, though? I think they do have an increased, like, vulnerability to flame, but we're gonna repair our weapon real quick. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure. Like, that makes sense, right? Oh yeah, so if we actually want to, like, advance through the game, which is a smart thing to do, we need to call, like, the Varangian ghost ship back into port. So, let's do that right quick. MC says actually mutated monkeys taking residence in a library. Oh, well, that makes more sense. Cool design, nonetheless. Got some life gems and a homeward bone. Very good. How does a ship die? Well, with the advent of air travel, I'd imagine. Now, somewhere around here, we're supposed to be able to find one of my favorite merchants in the game. You bastards. The Varangians really need a good exterminator. Spinner says looks more ape than monkey. Yeah. Yeah, these and the librarians both do, I suppose. Hello? Oh, hi. All right. Oh, these are King Vendrick's, shadows. In the original game, these enemies didn't appear at all until New Game Plus, where they would spawn in, just 2 of them, to, assist the area's boss during, their battle. They are no joke, and also have a really cool, set of equipment, I think. Going to heal up here. MC says reminds me of bats. Yeah, yeah. And Spinner says it's Man-Bat from Batman. The Dark Stalkers, maybe, I think they're called? Yes, they do. Is this where we find our buddy? Not here, certainly. Here he is! This is Gavlan! He's a member of the Gurm. Or he is a Gurm. Like, the Dark Souls answer to dwarves. They are incredible, and I love them, and their armor is gorgeous.
Who are you? I, Gavlan. Gavlan will, Gavlan deal. Gavlan wants soul. Many, many soul.
Spinner says, seems tall for a dwarf. Yes, they are. And I actually kind of like that.
You will, you deal.
He's actually, as I understand it, like, a pretty bright and well-traveled guy. The thing is, the Gurm, he's the only one that, like, speaks the common tongue that we can encounter, and he's not terribly dexterous with it.
Gavlan will, Gavlan deal. Gavlan what? With Gavlan, you will, you deal.
He's the only merchant in the game we can sell stuff to, much like, Kingseeker Framped, if we actually dealt with him in the first game.
Gavlan, what? With Gav...
So, Gavlan has something of a special, like, little quirk to him. He only appears here until we speak with him, At which point he will, next time we rest at a bonfire, reappear elsewhere in the world once we track him down to that second location. And how's that booze going in his gob? Spanners asked. Good question. Maybe he's just, like, lubricating his beard with it. I don't know, though. It looks like some pretty dry locks there. And once we track him down to that second location, the cycle repeats. And once he relocates for the second time to, I think, the Gurm's, like, home area in this world, then we can speak with him, like, indefinitely. He'll just stay there and offer his services. He offers an interesting ring that increases poise, as well as the entire poison line of items. We're going to go ahead and pick up the ring, because it can be useful later on. And he doesn't give us a reward for spitting souls, I don't think.
Many deal, many thanks.
Gavlan's pretty cool. Now we can open up a shortcut, number 1. Well, sorry, no, this isn't a shortcut, I don't think. This allows us to access, oh, he's throwing oil urns at us, or oil casks. I'll stay away from that until I can open up the shortcut to the bonfire. The problem is I don't think there is a second bonfire in all of No Man's Wharf. So you've got to do this area basically in one go. And once we have a torch, these bastards aren't going to be a problem. But we don't have a torch, so they are. This is what we want. Hello. Goodbye. Oh, we got the infantry axe from him. Yeah, that should do it. I think we can extend this. Keep trying, buddy. From right over here, this guy is our basic magic trainer. And I think you need to have a certain amount of intelligence, like enough requisite to learn some basic techs, or he won't speak with you. I don't know if we've leveled up that far yet.
I sense power.
Yeah, we're good, I think. Yes?
From this day, you shall be my new pupil. I am Carillion of the Foe.
So he will now relocate to Majula and teach us some basic sorceries.
Now, do not be afraid. Let us explore the limits of sorcery.
Spanner says enough brains. Yeah, just barely enough, but he can also reinforce a pyromancy flame if we have one. This actually makes sense in the lore, as he also taught the, like, ground-level pyromancy trainer. As you can see, he sells a variety of magic items and spells and things like that. We're going to go ahead and pick up, just to have in our back pocket, the most useful one for this ground level exploration of sorcery.
The forces of magic and souls lie dormant in this land.
I've no idea what he was doing here.
It is a fitting place to hone my sorceries. I suspect that I may even conjure up new spells here. Sorcery is yet a mystery, even to me. Let us mature together, young pupil. Use scrolls to unleash the power of sorceries.
Spanners asks if I heard of cameraheads. No, I haven't.
Is reliant on that of its owner. The untrained.
Is it anything like that siren head thing that, like, clickbait channels on YouTube keep losing their minds over?
There are no shortcuts to mastery. The forces of magic, it is so. Young pupil, do not take my teaching.
Alright, so we're good. He said all he has to say for now. And should relocate, thankfully. How do we do this? He's still trying, and that Varangian is holding on for all he's got. Oh, we can just kick it, right. This opens up a shortcut back to the first half of the stage. Or basically to the bonfire, which is good, because we're going to Want to knock on over to Majula to pick up some things, including a couple levels real quick, then come back to do a torch run, lighting the place up, and lighting that massive brazier. And right now, I'd like you guys' input. Should we summon in the NPCs who are, whose quest lines I think advance with summoning, for bosses, or regardless of whether or not it gives us additional NPC quest lines or items or things like that, should I just tackle the bosses by myself? I'm tempted to go for the latter for this playthrough, but MC says, yeah, we should summon them? Go for it? Okay. That means we'll see two of our friends quite a bit. And Spanner says, the guy I know... Spanner says summoning sounds nifty, go for it. Will do, so we'll be seeing plenty of Lucatil. Spanner says this guy I know is looking for the story in a bunch of old 4chan posts. I think, given it's real, it predates Jeff. Oh, wow. So it's like pre-crap horror. So this is the, like... petrification restorative item, and as you can see, she absolutely gouges us for it. I'm not going to buy it quite yet, if only because we can find them relatively easily later on in the game. We'll just have to remember where all the petrified people and creatures are. This is what we want. She sells us a lockstone, and we're going to need it for No Man's Wharf.
We call this place Majula. Not too special, if you ask me. It's just a place where everyone seems to end up. Everyone's so stingy around here. Everyone's so stingy everywhere. You're my only customer.
Hold on, I do want to buy maybe just a couple more things, so out of pure self-interest, she will maybe give us like a special item. Like I said, lots of merchants do this. Let's go ahead and buy the rest of the merchant set, I guess. Good to have, or show off.
Take these.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, that is very good. Oh, it's a brilliant thing we just did, folks. Time to slap ourselves on a ring. Probably in place of the blue seal. Increases HP slightly. Yeah, we don't need that. Because this is a +1 ring that causes fallen enemies to drop way more souls. A silver ring depicting the snake, both the servant and manifestation of the god of greed, Xandro. Greed is traditionally viewed as a vice, but only a fool allows that to ruin a good opportunity. Indeed, this is going to make leveling up much easier moving forward. There's also a covetous gold serpent ring that vastly increases item drop chances, or likelihood, and seeing as how that is basically a really quick way out of this stupid headgear for me, I can't wait to get my paws on it. Do we have any shards? We do not. Let's go ahead and level up then. 4 times, that's not bad. We'll need more intelligence. More vitality, and just trust old Brady on this one. We're going to start leveling up our faith as well. Spinner says, back when we called them urban legends, supposedly a lot of people are hunting for it. Personally, it reminds me of SCP-2884. Haven't gotten that far along yet. I think I'm in the 1800s, somewhere around there. This phenomenon in the UK with camera-headed people. I don't remember it well enough to explain. Well, that sounds really interesting, actually. And yeah, definitely better than most creepypasta, which is like, what if the Teletubbies but evil? I need to check in. I do want to do like a special check-in stream on the state of creepypasta right now. It's been so long. MC says the Teletubbies are evil. Do you remember back when the Teletubbies actually caused a minor moral panic I think both in the UK and the US, because some folks were genuinely concerned that the program was so deficient in anything remotely resembling worthwhile content that it was actually reducing the intelligence of young children who watched it, effectively hampering their development. Do you remember that? Spinner says, man, I remember the Teletubbies pasta, and fuck the Teletubbies, Booba was the scary shit. Booba was a, like, not for the reasons you would expect, but a somewhat disturbing program. So here we have to play without a shield, which is, you know, not nerve-wracking at all. But it'll definitely help us in the long run. Because once we light this place up, we never have to do it again. Just like taking your shots. Or a bath in, like, the 16th century. Once you do it once, it's over with. You never have to do it again. The good news about Varangians is despite how tough they are, or how powerful they aren't super resilient. Oh yeah, baby. Here we go. Yeah, how you like that shit? Haha. Now, you can't just wave this in their face indefinitely. They will, like, start freaking out and attacking you. But, yeah, we got the heavy boots from them. So if I remember my lore, these things were pyromancers at some point, I think, and something just went horribly, horribly wrong, as is wont to do in Dark Souls world. Jesus, buddy. You belong in Sekiro, not this game. Step off. MC says I was 7 or so when I saw it and thought that it was, like, basically really stupid. Yeah, Booba is a weird program. And light this place up sounds bad. Normally, yes, but, God, this place needs a little light. And Spanner says, I don't remember that because I was too busy watching Teletubbies, and I would argue Booba is way more detrimental than anything in Teletubbies. Oh, yes, easily. Easily so. Oh, we haven't been in here before. There's a couple of Varangians just passed out at the table. Let's let that guy... Oh, right, those are full of poison, my bad. Let that guy stand up from, the chair that did not exist. Oh, we don't have anything that just completely purges us of poison. Yes, we do. Monastery charm. Perfect time for it. There is actually a stat in this game that affects how quickly you use items or go through their animations. It's called adaptability, and it's not exactly a fan favorite. And I would agree, it's kind of weird, but hey. We'll use some of these throwing knives to shatter these poison jars over here. Or shatter one of them, anyway. Spinner says you broke the table and they didn't fall, they just got up. I think they were faking it. They have really good core control. Now they give me a flame butterfly, which I kinda need since I got my shield back out like an idiot. It is basically a jar of little... Well, let's read. Bottle filled with dried red butterflies. Stimulation of these rare butterflies creates a small flame, allowing torches to be lit on the go. These butterflies exude secretions which ignite upon exposure to air, protecting them from natural predators. Known and loved as handy firelighters, but feared as the catalysts of disastrous fires when found in swarms. That's the power of butterflies, baby. You aren't a mimic. Good. What are you, though? Oh, one of the anti-petrification items, the fragrant branch of yore. Nice. Okay, there's nothing back there. That was a worthwhile little detour. No, listen to that gurgle. Man. Yeah, so as we see, Gavlan's already moved on to, well, much more pleasant places than this. It's okay, we can take the damage. Like I said, once we get all the light activated, or all the lights on, we'll never have to do it again. Hey, buddy. You aren't a mimic, right? Good. Sparrow says it's like the Grand Old Duke of York. Repair powder and some titanite. I will take it. Varangians are a little tougher to stagger than your usual, like, foot soldier, but... Oh! Man, they must have been drinking hardcore. That one just shredded my health, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. This is like the Varangian barracks. So as you can see, there's a whole lot to this area. It's just kind of laid out, or it's very densely designed. Spanner says they're for sure hitting the moonshine. Well, seeing as how they're basically prisoners here themselves, I can see why they would. They were basically subdued by King Vendrick and forced into servitude here, ferrying condemned undead like those marked with the curse to the Lost Bastille in exchange for some, like, measure of autonomy. So we got the brigand equipment set, including the axe that class starts the game with, which is, you know, it's alright. It's a pretty good axe, if I recall. The dogs, unfortunately, aren't afraid of the fire. All I need to do is, like, carry around a shield with a much larger image of another dog on it, and it should have a similar effect on them. Oh, this is where we can pop down that lockstone. Check this out, y'all. Oh, this is so cool. So that giant brazier up ahead, we just lit it up, giving us way more light and helping us subdue the dark stalkers here way more easily. Spanner says they're not very smart dogs, then fire tends to scare most critters. Well, they're undead dogs, I think. We got smooth and silky stones we can trade to the crows, and a bunch of money. Not half bad. More torch time. Always a good thing. Well, no, I take that back. There's one area in the game where you definitely do not want to use a torch. We'll use more repair powder, because before too long we will have a repair spell, not to worry. Now's the time where we really want to start building up just enough faith to use hexes properly, but oodles and oodles of intelligence, so we can bust out some powerful spells. Glad to see that Vendrick's men are just as smart and possessed of great AI as they were back in the fortress. Spinner says, I think a dried out corpse would be more flammable than a wet live specimen. Well, yeah, but they're just fearless. They've already died and didn't stop them at all. Also, if they're hollowed out, hollowing being, you know, a term for, like, the complete and total erosion of the soul in the Dark Souls universe, they're kind of just mindless at this point. See, in the original game, there would be, like, massive cadres of dark lurkers waiting to pounce on the... or dark stalkers, waiting to pounce on the player in those little, side areas, like enclosures down there. Trying to find that building where all of them were earlier. Spanner says, like, dead dog rabies, then... yeah, basically. Yeah, that's a pretty good comparison, actually. You can hear them freaking out about the fire in our hand all the way... well, wherever they are. Somebody's eager to kind of maybe sorta die. Jesus! That is why we're careful with Varangians, kids. They can't take much punishment, but... oh no. What's one of the ninjas doing there? It's okay. It's okay, we can manage this. Now the ninja we will need to be wary of. Not quite as stealthy with the lights on, are you? Spinner says the eager one being you. Yeah, it's, you gotta be really careful in this area. Oh, no. They make a very similar gurgling noise to that the Varangians do upon death. There we go. Thankfully, if you can get to one of the dual-wielding Varangians right off the bat, you can stop them from doing, well, more or less anything, really. Right, just throw that down. I don't mind using our life gems here, because again, we will be getting way more Estus charges before long, and powering them up with the Ashen Bone Dust. Oh yeah, baby. Oh no, that one's in a frenzy now, I think. What? Oh no, you don't. Oh, fast on the draw. Varangians are better at this game than me. Clearly. Do we have most of the good stuff, though? That's really what I'm going for. Do we have most of the good stuff? I'm going to say yes for now. So, let's go ahead and pop a homeward bone to head right on back to our bonfire. That way we can have a pretty clean run to the pirate ship. And if this is anything... oh man, I see, according to CNN, Regis Philbin passed away during this stream. That's really sad. Actually, I was quite fond of watching Millionaire at my grandmother's house when I was younger. Now, I think we can summon Lucatiel for the boss fight here, and if I remember the boss at all, it has a cool gimmick, again, but is very easy, provided you know what you're doing. I've seen players who aren't aware of how the fight works. Spinner says, oh man, that sucks. Yeah, really. It really does. I recall... yeah, we can summon her in, and we're going to go for it. She'll make this fight an absolute cakewalk. players who don't know what they're doing and play very cautiously actually having something of a hard time with this guy all of once each. Another Varangian hat. Now, the hard part when you summon in Lucatiel is making sure she actually gets to the ship, because her AI, yeah, has a nasty habit of just running off the edge of the map. So we're going to go back to the bonfire to give her a fighting chance here. Oh, jeez. Just another helm. Nobody's been dropping anything else. That's kind of funny. You've got to be so careful with leading AI partners, especially around these docks. I have no idea what it is. The pathfinding's just a little off, I think. Alright. The real challenge is going to be getting our friends to the boss, not actually taking the boss down. So, just to give you an idea of how this works, because I won't have time to explain actually in the fight. The boss room very, very slowly fills with water. And beyond a certain point, that water will severely inhibit your, Oh, looks like we've got some bots in chat. Severely inhibit your mobility. You know, like Deepwater did in the first game. Hence why there are these pools of deep water with treasures around to kind of teach you that, hey, this is a bad idea. Thanks, MC. Appreciate it, man. And MC says just more grinding. Yeah. Opportunity to get more souls, and the Varangians drop a pretty healthy amount for this part of the game. Now we got the Varangian armor. That's what I'm talking about. Alright, Lucatiel, let's try to make it onto the boat this time. She's a really good fighter. I would say just as good as, if not a little bit better than Solaire. Big sword, awesome shield. Come on. Gently, gently. Now, we are going to be absolutely swarmed by Varangians once we set foot on the dock, I believe. They, like, all come running. Or a ton of them on shore do. But as you can see, Lucatiel has a phenomenal amount of health and can just body absolutely anything. No, damn it! Are you kidding me? Well, here we go again. Spanner says, good fighter, terrible walker. That is a great description. Hold on. In fact, let me check something real quick. I want to see if it's absolutely necessary to summon her for this fight to advance her quest line. Oh no. At least I caught that one. Yes, okay, hold on. Okay. Oh, all right. Yeah, okay, so we can summon her for 3 different bosses. MC says, good react, thank you very much. We can summon her for 4 different bosses, and if we want to get, like, the conclusion to her quest line and her armor set, we need to have her survive at least 3 of them. And as nightmarish as it is actually getting her to this boss fight, this will be the easiest one to have her survive once she's actually, like, in there. So yeah, the whole point to this boss is just kill it before it manages to hold out long enough to flood the arena, because it's kinda slow and ungainly, and can deal really good damage, but isn't, as mobile a threat as a lot of other bosses are. Spinner says, so like most bosses, you just want to kill it fast. Well, actually, like, waiting and, like, burning some bosses down, getting 1 or 2 hits in at a time, is not a bad idea for a build like ours, as MC can tell you. Like, the DLC bosses from the first game, you really had to kind of burn down, barring the first one. But, this one, yeah, you just kind of want to take it pretty quickly. Also, can we take time to appreciate the fact that, unlike Dark Souls 1, there aren't just an abundance of ridiculous damage sponge enemies in this game? There's, like, tough enemies. Quite a lot of them. But, oh, notice that the brazier now actually frightens these guys. More boots? Oh no, a longsword. Okay. Spinner says this is MC says this is Pinwheel but harder. Kinda, sorta. That's not a bad comparison, I don't think. No, yeah. Went for Pinwheel today, got the child mask. There you go, that is probably my favorite of the 3. And remember, you can farm the Pinwheel servants before Nito's boss gate for the other 2 masks, if you so choose. Okay, Luca, let's get you to the boss fight. Because your armor's really cool, and I really want it. In fact, if we could just get you on the boat, you can help me make mincemeat of the enemies up here, like quite a few Varangians. See? That's the power of teamwork. Oh, we got the sea bow. Their special longbow. Notice how the Varangians do, like, nothing to her? MC says, I know, will farm. Oh, and now, for Scholar of the First Sin, one of the jailers from the Lost Bastille is here, which makes sense. So you can backstab these guys, I think, but just, I have the hardest time doing so. They're kind of tanky, but not exactly impossible enemies to deal with. They know pyromancy, like basic pyromancy, but that's about it as far as surprises from them. So to actually get the boat a-movin', we need to head down into the hold. To take on the creature actually tasked with transporting Vendrick's prisoners to the Lost Bastille. The poor, poor undead. Damn it. There you go. That's it, Luca. You just chop that thing down. This little nightmare, called the Flexile Sentry. One half has clubs, one half has scimitars. Clubs hit harder but are easier to dodge. And already Lucatiel has drawn its ire, which is good. I actually only noticed this after watching TV Skyne's incredible boss designs of Dark Souls 2 analysis series, the episode on this thing specifically. But, it is a pair of weird, like, sort of serpentine creatures, which, yes, are fused together at the hips, but also they're not fully armored. Like, you can see the tops of their heads and their eyes, like, kind of peeking out over the armor. And as you can imagine, this fight would be pretty easy with or without Lucatiel. Because, yeah, it deals decent damage, but not quite enough. MC says Thief 3 ghost ship was not fun. Oh, that's criminal. Ghost ships are supposed to be like the best parts of games, at least in my mind. And Spinner says poor dude has 2 mans but only 1 legs. Yes, good way of putting it, and unfortunately so. Also only has 1 health bar. Pity. We can find, I think, at least 1 more sentry acting as, like, a mini-boss, excuse me, later in the game. But, yeah, that's the first encounter we can call Lucatiel in for, and she's pretty good. The Paper Mario Color Splash, like, not exactly ghost ship, but, pirate-themed alternate dimension levels were pretty fun. MC says, by not fun, I mean labyrinthian, full of undead, and some loot. Ah, that sucks. So we actually got a pyromancy flame, and the most rudimentary pyromancy in the game, Fireball, for it. Let's take a look-see. A standard spell for pyromancers creates a fireball that's hurled at foes. To use pyromancies, equip a pyromancy flame to serve as the catalyst, and assign a pyromancy to an attunement slot. The power of pyromancy is directly affected by the quality of the catalyst. Oh, and we got the Sinner's Soul. Or the Sentry's Soul, sorry. I'm thinking ahead. The Flexile Sentry is a merciless creature whose purpose is to punish the undead. Use the special soul of the Flexile Sentry to acquire numerous souls, or to create something of great worth. Oh yeah, we can get some good stuff with their soul. So we examined this navigational device, and the ship kind of moves by default. Yes, yes, Spanner says the ghost ship from Phantom Hourglass, now that was a ship. Absolutely agree. Fantastic. And I think there was a ghost ship in Wind Waker that was pretty good too, but definitely. That's in fact the exact ship I was thinking of. One of my favorite dungeons from the Zelda series, actually. Give me just a second while this brief little cutscene plays and we go off into the distance to the Bastille. I'm gonna grab another drink. Alrighty. Spinner says, there was, but I remember nothing from the Wind Waker one. If I recall, it was a much briefer little trip, where you just had to break into the ghost ship's hold after tracking it down, like it would appear randomly across the Great... Not randomly. It would appear in a set pattern in different places across the Great Sea, like in these massive fog banks, and you had to break into its hold to get one of the Triforce shards, or charts, one or the other. Oh, and MC says Okami had a fun sunken ship. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. So this is the Lost Bastille proper. We have to basically arrive at this little dock, loading dock, where prisoners would be ferried through, and ride an elevator up into the fortress proper. These guys weren't here in the base game, I don't believe. But they're nothing we can't handle at this point. Don't worry, we will rest before our scimitar breaks. More Varangian armor. Their armor is actually pretty good. And we can take a look at it in just a bit. First, we're going to ride this lift on up. Good old Drangleic engineering at its very best. We'll need to remember that in the future, that little alcove. We can access it by, I think, riding the top of the lift down. Like, triggering the actual lift, running out the door before it closes, and then riding the top down to that little, sunken alcove. Just until we reach our next bonfire, which should be right around the corner, I'm going to equip a different weapon, because I really don't want my rapier to break. Or, not my rapier, my scimitar. This isn't the first game anymore. We use the longsword because it's basic and easy. What's in here? Radiant Life Gem and some cash. Good. Let's go see what's in that alcove now. Spanner asks, is Huge Hammer an option? It definitely is, but not for this kind of build. We'll be getting some Huge Hammers later on, though. I'll show them off for certain. Yeah, baby. Oh, just a scimitar and some repair powder. Okay. I guess if you didn't start out as the swordsman, it'd be the best place to get yourself a scimitar, but whatever. MC says you need a lot of strength for that. I do prefer shield for the parry. Parry definitely seems like it would be right up your alley. I prefer shields. A solid shield for defense and additional poise. I don't like being stun-locked by enemies. Though yes, small shields are perfect for parries. So welcome formally to the Lost Bastille. We've got some common fruit here. Weird place to put it, as I don't think the Bastille is normally home to a bunch of poisonous enemies, but good to stock up, right? Spanner says it doesn't seem very lost. Oh, trust me, we can lose ourselves here pretty easily earlier on. First off, it has been completely abandoned by the government, but secondly, we can get thrown from like an area very early on in the game just straight here if we defeat a certain boss, which we did. But first things first, back to Majula for more character enhancement. Whip that scimitar back out for now.
Bearer of the curse, seek, lest this...
Bearer, seek, lest is kind of a meme amongst the fandom, because that is what you will hear if you just hammer through her dialogue as fast as it'll go. Oh, we get quite a few opportunities to level. We'll get our faith up to a rudimentary level, and for now dump the rest in intelligence. I know we're not really enhancing our character's attributes that we can use quite yet. That's intentional. We just want to get that basic magic mastery down. And then we're going to use all of these souls, all of them right now, trust me on this, to increase our attunement, so I can actually use a couple basic spells. The downside to the swordsman is, or one of the downsides, is they start with very, very low attunement. So if you want to go to a magic class, you have to invest a lot of levels in it. Bearer, seek, lest. Upgrade. Just 2 for now. It'll get us closer. We need at least 10 for a single spell slot. Do we have a lot of large Titanite? Or any? No, we do not. So one of the, like, Great Soul or Lord Soul Bearers is in the bottom of the Lost Bastille.
Oh. Who are you again? No, I'm not.
Shalqua might be able to give us some intel.
You do have a rather pleasant scent.
Spanner says, did you see the SNES leaks? I did not. Please share. I know that there's probably going to be a lot of remasters of like the 3D Mario titles released for Switch later this year, or announced for Switch later this year, so I'm very excited about that.
Have you made friends with the man by the sea? He's lost everything. Absolutely everything. The only thing he's good for now is a few tidbits on covenants. Covenants are a type of, well, contract, you might say. You give something to gain something. That's the way humans like it, right? It might be just the thing you...
Oh, look, her little ears twitch. That is so cute.
Do you see that oddly formed rock behind here?
Referring to the Victor's Stone.
Long ago they called it Victor's Stone, as I recall. If you wish to face greater challenges, speak to the rock. Although, you'd just as well not. This place is already dead.
It takes a while, but I think she will start teaching you some fundamental information about the great Lord Soulbearers.
Isn't it wonderful?
Spanish says no new leaks for stuff like SNES betas. We got loads of stuff for Super Mario World, including all the previous Yoshi designs. I'll pop it in the Discord. Thank you very much. That sounds interesting.
We received it's enough to keep even a cat amused.
Okay, where's the good stuff? There we go.
Those four who have grown, they must have sprouted quite a thick coat of moss by now.
And she says, oh god, that design, I'll have a look.
No one even knows anymore. Imagine that. Yes, nothing like your.
It's like a velociraptor, but that face is so wrong.
Have you made friends?
Okay, so she doesn't teach us about the Lord Soulbearers maybe until after we defeat them?
Well, that's...
Whew. The Star Fox stuff actually didn't look that bad. It actually looked pretty cool. So to the holding cells we go. Spanish says my favorite is the second to last. Let me have a look-see. Oh, are these like all of the alternate Koopa designs? King Koopa? Yeah, that looks pretty cool. I really like these Star Fox sprites. Speaking of which, can we get ourselves another, like, really big, involved new Star Fox game? So welcome to the Bastille. It's actually a really, really cool looking area, I think. I love the moonlight that bathes the entire area. Now, originally, a Hate Knight, a non-respawning Hate Knight, would be right here. And they would drop, I think, the spear. But I think the boss is right, like the old one, is right over there, like at the base of that tower. Here we have some more Vendrick's Royal Swordsmen who were sent to guard the area. Doing a bang-up job of it. You know what? We'll go ahead and follow him down. Oh, damn it. Hold on. I'm sorry. I forgot something. We were supposed to burn that, Spanner says, damn, is that the sun? That's pretty rare. It's some kind of light. That is new. You're correct. We want to burn that ash so we can become a bit more powerful. Or our Estus can become more powerful. Spinner says, praise the sun. In time, we can actually find that covenant again. And it's really easy to join this time around. You don't need faith to a certain level or helping out, and you don't have to help out other players previously. Oh no, she only handles the shard. We have to burn the ash, that's right. There we go. We now have an Estus Flask +1. $25 faith to join that covenant. Not in this game, I don't believe. I could be wrong, but I really don't think so. That's only in Dark Souls 1. Here you just have to find the statue to the God of War in the first game. That's right. 25 faith reduced by 5 every time you help out another player by vanquishing a boss with them in jolly cooperation. Which is why in our little Dark Souls exhibition playthrough, we didn't really get to show a lot of that off. Now, anything special down here? Nope. Well, maybe. Maybe yes, actually. Human effigy. Good. Good. We want to pick up a pretty healthy little treasury of human effigies. So these little sniper stands can in fact be destroyed. This courtyard is hell. Whole lot of dogs around. Spinner says he's got a terrible looking crossbow. He does, but that crossbow can deal some pretty impressive damage, actually. Whew. Spinner says if you want another similar gameplay, series, sorry, in the same vein gameplay-wise, Risen is a nice series. Played a bit of the second Risen, and I seem to kind of be in step with the critical consensus, which is really interesting world building offset by some phenomenally janky gameplay. Not poorly designed, just really poorly executed. Not entirely due to poor gameplay design, just, you know, not a phenomenal budget. As you can see, there's another bonfire right over there. Risen 1 is better. Okay. Finally got another Estus Flask Shard. There's a couple of them around the Bastille, at least in the base game. I don't know about here. I hope so. I won't forget about that loot that was dropped down, but we kind of want to explore a bit first. Okay. So nothing until that portcullis we need to raise. MC says Risen 2 is kind of experimental. I know that the gameplay balance, like as far as how much... Oh, an alluring skull just lures enemies over. Certain enemies over to the point where you throw it. And 3 is a throwback to the first. Oh my god, it's Dark Souls, but like, kind of janky. Made by the same folks, I think, who made like the Technomancer and, is it Elam or Elis? For current generation consoles. Be careful there. One of these suckers is going to kick down an explosive barrel, which will, oh, if properly aimed, actually open up a hole that will allow us to access the bonfire. Damn it. Can we, like, throw a firebomb instead? Probably not. Probably not, but I will try anyway. Because I am stubborn. We don't have any right now. Hell. But there is an extra bonfire in there, as well as some really cool treasure. We'll be back. Don't want to drop down there. Nor down there, yet. Got some pine resin, which I'll take. I remembered that, but did nothing to avert it. Which may as well be this channel's motto by now. MC says Risen 1 would be a fun game to disassemble on this channel. Maybe later on, but hey look, it's our buddy Lucatiel.
You haven't changed a bit, have you?
It's been like 5 minutes. Well,
The longer I am here, the more
remember,
I discover.
time is kinda screwy in Drangleic. It's probably been much longer for her.
Former glory. What could have caused such degradation?
So at the bottom of the Saltfort, sorry, the formal name for a certain part, one specific building in the Bastille complex, we can find the inheritor of the Witch of Izalith's soul.
I have not thanked you for humoring me This is for you.
Hey,
Of course.
Human
I have no
effigies.
idea what it is.
maybe just one? Hold on, let me see.
Our land
Yeah.
of Mirror is surrounded by enemies and constantly at war. There is only one way up in Mirror. Join the Order and prove yourself in battle.
The same order that taught her to fight, which is obviously worked really well.
Piece of the world for myself.
I mean, I would say compared to Solaire, she's a much better fighter, if only because she is made of HP.
I was raised to wield a sword from birth. Life was hard, but I never gave it a second thought.
So MC poses a pretty interesting theory. Did the king try to figure out undeath and immortality and break time in the process and get stuck in time like the center of a temporal storm? No. Drangleic just has kind of screwy relations with time, like Lordran did. But, in my humble opinion, the devs of Dark Souls 2 did way more with this concept than the Dark Souls 1 team did, where in Dark Souls 1 it was largely just... yes, Spanners gives the...
Have you heard of the Undead?
Oh, you have no idea.
Curse.
Gives us wibbly wobbly timey wimey, a great
Undead gradually loses his human
reference to, I think, both the David Tennant and Matt Smith runs in Dark Souls, or Dark Souls, yes, of course. The beloved, long-running BBC television series Dark Souls. Doctor Who, one of my favorite programs, although I've yet to dig into the
souls found here.
the last two Doctors, believe it or not, although I intend to very, very soon, once I'm through digging my way through the Arrowverse programs on Netflix. No, sorry, MC, to answer your question. The Dark Souls 1 devs largely just introduced the notion that Lordran sat at in the midst of a temporal anomaly just to justify, like, the crossover between different players' worlds, like, as, hey, temporal, like, anomalies. Here in this game, oh dear, so much fun. We get to actually constantly shift into different timelines and geographical locations based on my personal reading of the way the game is laid out, and we maneuver through it, of course. It would be too much to ask that key to affect or fit that particular area here. Damn it. Spanner says Peter Capaldi's worth it, but Jody isn't. That's a shame. Oh god, look who it is. Oh, why are you here? You were not here in the base game. It's a super pursuer. He deals way more damage and is enhanced as if he had landed that thrust on us, or that special glowy stab. I know I should be healing, and I haven't. Yeah, so the Pursuer lives up to his name, just going to spoil it, because we wouldn't have seen this for quite some time in the base game. There's, depending on your reading, more than one of him, or he keeps coming back to life, and he launches curse projectiles. Yay! No, 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 no! Ow, hell! Now, I don't think he respawns once you kill him in any of his given appearances, though. And he doesn't have quite as much health, either. Here, anyway. Notice that there are, like, anguished, screaming, disembodied souls. Sort of etched into his chest piece, see? He dropped the special MC says Time Guardians? Not really. His soul, if you recall, or their soul, I'm sorry, specifically stated that their purpose was to hunt down any undead, and anytime they slay an undead, one of their innumerable sins is absolved. So they are kind of like... Oh no, okay. MC says, I know, just making fun of them. Gotcha. They are like elite undead that have been set against other undead. Like, they are the best of the best, and can atone for their sins by hunting down the rest of us. You know, kinda sorta like the Blades of the Dark Moon. You know, the super players who got set out to hunt down those less fortunate of us in Dark Souls 1. I'm actually going to go ahead and heal at a bonfire. I know, it resets a lot of our progress, but I really want to access that second bonfire. Don't worry, we can kind of speed our way through a lot of the Royal Swordsmen and things like that, because I'm reckless! What you can access from the second bonfire is really worth it, trust me. It's one of those rare instances where old Brady actually does know a thing or two about the game he's playing. Oh, right, the little scaffolds don't respawn when you rest at a bonfire, I don't think. Poo. Well, whoops. Life gem? Okay. Oh, all the damn dogs are gonna come back. You think these guys are bad? Wait till I show you Dark Souls 3's dogs. They're a stuff of nightmares. From a gameplay perspective, not necessarily a design perspective. Oh! Shit. Those crossbows. Hey, to be fair though, give me credit where it's due. We have not died too many times in this playthrough so far. That's going to change when we hit the, oh, cool, right. Invisible armor. Invisible armor that is actually really, really good. Yet another one of the fun things we can find later on. We will die way, way more times, especially once we hit, the third act of this game. And, okay, when we die, or when we leave the area, the scaffolds respawn. Gotcha. Oh. Man, that's not a great start. We can make it, though. We really can. Might actually be better to bait the dogs, right? Get rid of them first, then bring down the Royal Swordsman. MC says death is only the beginning. Oh, trust me, later on in this game, you have no idea. The DLC areas are really tricky. Scholar of the First Sinner, no, because they're kind of intended, I believe they were designed in part to respond to the folks who just kept saying, oh, it's so much easier than Dark Souls 1, which, trust me, at least for the base game, in the eyes of me and my circle of friends who played through this game like fiends as teenagers, seriously, we would like all go over, or we would meet at one another's house usually, damn near every weekend, or 2 or 3 times a week sometimes. We were thick as thieves back before, you know, adult life and obligations and all that. We'd spend loads and loads of time together, like, just mainlining, like, Souls-like games, or any kind of games we got into. Played a ton of Soul Calibur 4, I remember. Just good memories, right? But in our eyes, this game is slightly harder than the first, even once you know what you're doing. Now, of course, that is purely a matter of opinion, and I'm dying slightly less because, well, I know my way around this game like the back of my hand. Come on, buddy. I think I can knock it down personally, and may do. Oh, hold on. Sorry, that would be my... Out of nowhere, my diabetic implant telling me, oh, hey, probably need to have a snack. After not giving me any forewarning. Sorry, really sorry about that. Give me just a minute to knock this down, hopefully. And I will go do that. Once we hit that second bonfire. Yes. Yes. Nice. Really sorry about the loud noises, though. It just does that sometimes. One moment. Oh, but yeah, take a look at that title. We're about to access some really, really cool upgrade materials. Be right back. MC says barrel roll. Good one, man. Alright, sorry about that. We are now back. There may or may not be another series of beeps because that thing takes a reading. Well, let me explain this actually. I have, well, I call it an implant. a blood glucose sensor that is more or less affixed. It's very, very small, maybe about the size, or the bit that breaks the skin, or breaches the skin, is about the size of the tip of your thumb. That actually takes a more or less accurate reading of my blood glucose every 5 minutes, give or take, and constantly broadcasts it to either a smartphone or a little wireless transceiver. I go for the former because why the hell wouldn't you? It's just an app. And it keeps a running tally along with a whole bunch of statistical analysis of your glucose. That can be accessed, in my case, through a smartphone app, and it sends out little warnings, usually that are not accompanied by beeps, or like little audio chimes. In my case, due to the way I have it set up, it happened to this time. If you trend a little high or low, and in this case I just had to have a quick snack, so again, sorry about that. Spanish wasn't that loud, don't worry, thanks a lot, man. We should be good, though. We should be good. I had more than enough carbs just now to hold me, given the fact that it was a minor low. And... well, Spinner says, damn, I wish I had blood. I had to replace it all with Kool-Aid. This is Macduff, the blacksmith, and again, he is another representation of Dark Souls 2, in my humble opinion, doing Dark Souls 1 throwbacks a bit more dexterously than Dark Souls 3 does, because I'm just going to quote-unquote spoil this. There is one blacksmith in Dark Souls 3, and it is the blacksmith from Dark Souls 1. It is not a similar character model like this guy, who just looks reminiscent of Andre. You know, he's got like the big long beard, but trust me, is a very different character, and even has different design and costuming as well. So he's just kind of, well, again, sort of a nod to that character. No, the blacksmith in Dark Souls 3 is the same exact guy. He looks the same, he sounds the same, he has the same name, and is not hinted, outright stated to be the same guy. Spanners asks, is Andre a giant? Unfortunately not. He's in fact slightly smaller than this guy, but looks similar-ish. This is Macduff, the blacksmith. He's not entirely well, and he thinks he's... I think he just licked his hammer, or was supposed to. He thinks he is working away at his anvil. He's also sitting on a chest, which we kind of need access to.
That's the way. Dear flame, how brightly you burn.
Spinner says, looks like I can't make the obvious joke. No, don't worry. I got the joke. I'm not that culturally isolated.
Flame, I smell flame.
But I couldn't help diving into the mechanics and my ire for the way that they just brought Andre the Blacksmith back for Dark Souls 3. There is actually a massive, like, giant blacksmith in the first game. See, he wants the dull ember, which we could not find as easily. It was just like laying in a chest behind the Ferrous Lockstone in Dark Souls, or sorry, not Dark Souls, in the Forest of the Giants. It was not in the original game. I want to say it might have been in the Far Tower you have to defeat the Pursuer to get, but anyway, we'll go ahead and hand it over. MC says I want whatever he had to get rid of it. So he's pretty far gone. But if we hand over this ember, he actually becomes a really, really good blacksmith. I think the only other one in the game, besides from Lenegrast, who specializes in infusing weapons with the power of these various magical stones we can find. So you can make magic weapons, you can make flame weapons, you can make lightning weapons, you can make dark weapons. the best weapons. You can make poison weapons, bleeding weapons, raw weapons, which just have more power at the cost of completely tanking their stat scaling. You can make enchanted weapons, which scale with intelligence to a greater extent than magic weapons do, I think. No, they don't. What is special about them, then? I honestly forget. Don't worry, we will find out. Oh, they retain... No, they don't. You can make mundane weapons. Sure. I don't tend to like many of these, aside from, again, the basic elemental weapons are pretty good, like as enhancement paths, if you're looking to break down or take down certain types of enemies, and dark is just pretty great all around. MC says if you overuse your weapon, you can make them ineffective. Yeah. Jeez. And the bleeding weapons are actually really good, especially in Dark Souls 3. I remember taking down... it's pretty great, actually. My friends, again, my like, Dark Souls buddies, were over one afternoon, and I was having real trouble with, like, a mid... I say a boss you fight toward this very end of the game's second act, and one of them said, hey man, you know, I think they're supposed to be weak to bleeding, so I got a bleeding-based weapon, enhanced it along, not exactly the bleeding path, but it was a weapon that deals good bleed damage, enhanced it as much as I could, and applied, like, the game's equivalent to, I think it's called Carthus Rouge, but it's, basically a temporary bleeding effect to your weapon, and I was able to cut the entire thing down in probably less than 30 seconds. It was insane. Now, he does sell items as well, including a katana, which is a really, really good dexterity weapon. Katana of unknown origin, crafted with a peculiar yet refined technique. The finely sharpened blade of a katana slices with unmistakable smoothness, but should be wielded with caution, as its delicate constitution means it's easily worn. Which is kind of the trade-off for dex weapons all around in Dark Souls 2. I'm very tempted to get this, but we can have access to a much better katana that, in fact, is my primary weapon in most times I play Dark Souls 2 before too long. Now we'll go rest at our bonfire real quick. So he will get off the chest, hopefully. No? Do we have to leave and then zone back in? I think that might be it. Sorry. We'll travel to Majula, why not? Now I'm holding onto that branch of yore because we can use it at a very specific point in the Bastille to access our first boss soul merchant and get to see some of the really cool gear and all of the additional lore that comes with it. Hold on, we got Nestus Shard.
Is that here to see?
For the first time. Now, there's one merchant who trades in, like, typically early game boss souls, and another that trades in late game and DLC boss souls, with very little overlap between the two. The first one's here, and, oh man, do they offer some cool stuff, as well as one of the coolest staves in the entire series from a visual design perspective. Which obviously seems to be what I really, really care about. Let's go ahead and pop a torch real quick just to light up the workshop. I don't know if it does anything, but that's never stopped me before. No, what? Oh no, you have to light the torch to get him to move, right? Oh, welcome back, Spanners. We are trying to get Macduff off of... There he is. Yeah, you have to light... Obviously, he cares so much for fire, you have to light the torch next to his anvil.
Fetch a new ember. Flame, dear flame.
Yeah, nothing's worth it for now, but thank you, sir. None of these should be trapped, so let's go ahead and crack them open. Large Titanite, very good. Iron arrows. Heavy bolts. More titanite, and whatever he was sitting on. Oh, oh yes. We got ourselves the craftsman's hammer now. It needs way more strength than we have to wield properly, but hot damn does this thing hurt. It's very, very good for that little tiny hammer he's swinging around, trust me. Now, real quick, we are going to want to pop one of those human effigies. We've got enough. And man, are we going to burn through some of these as we fight our way through the Bastille's boss. So, in the Bastille complex, this... Dude, you suck at your job. Donkey Kong would be ashamed. In the Bastille complex, there are technically 3 areas, even though 2 of them are very, very short. And a grand total of, I want to say, as many bosses? Yeah. Now, the boss of the Lost Bastille itself, the Bastille proper, is a nightmare, and is kind of like Ornstein and Smuff in the first game, really designed for multiplayer. But, Jesus Christ. Unless one of our friends is there, and there's no reason the second one should be yet. Though we will go meet them next time we're in Majula. I'm going to be trying to do it solo. Trying being the operant term, because as I said, it is very, very difficult, especially for this kind of build. So real quick in fact, sorry, we're going to be heading back down to Macduff, because with that large titanite, he should be able to improve our scimitar even further. Yeah, there we go. I heard a dog clicking around. Oh, they deal a little bit of bleed damage, don't they? Do you sell large titanite? Yes, you do. Okay, well normally I wouldn't, but I'll go ahead and blow some souls on that just so we can reinforce our weapon a little bit further. Now he needs chunks, which we do not have. Did I miss anything over here? I'm trying to remember. Why was there a dog trapped behind boxes? I think there might be a courtyard you can only... Oh, nice landing. A courtyard you can access from this one? Maybe? Yes, there is. See that? All boarded up over there? We want to take care of that before we make a beeline for the boss. Now we're going to have to meet, I think, some of the more interesting enemies the Bastille has to offer. They explode. They dive at you, and then they explode. Prisoners here that were experimented on somehow, I guess. Like, the purpose escapes me. But they were, somehow. Look freaky as all get out, too. What's in here? Oh, some butterflies. Good. We can light this place up. And the key opens our way to the courtyard. Hey, we got the one on the backswing. That's nice. One of the things I do really appreciate about Dark Souls 2 is even compared to the first game, all the environments are just saturated in loot. Oh god. Why were you in the well? Fortunately, the explosive hollows are pretty easy to cut down. Hey, it's the Wanderer set, if we didn't already have it. Okay, that's nice. MC says, welcoming party. Yeah, again, it's been so long since I played the original, I don't know if they were there. I want to say they were, but I don't think it was the Wanderer set they were guarding. Down they go. Whoa. Hey, check this out. Well, we know what we'll need over here. Yeah, this just opens up back out onto the little courtyard. So we'll need another Pharos Lockstone. What's over here? Money. Okay. Oh, another one of you. Okay. That's definitely new. Is there just one? Now, you know at least one of these chests is not a chest, right? I mean, it's gotta be. Or several of them have to be trapped. Parrying dagger. Okay. A twin blade, a brand new weapon added for Dark Souls 2 that, or type of weapon that I will be happy to show you guys in detail in a little bit. This is an elevator, just like in Sen's Fortress. A wilted dusk herb, it charges up a ridiculous amount of spell uses. With all these messages around, this has got to be a warning, right? No? Oh, a bone staff. Illusion? I don't think so. And we can get yet more stuff by coming back with the Pharos Lockstone. But real quick. Parrying dagger, we've all seen that before, right? Technically has the same moveset as the rapiers and thrusting swords, but its strong attack is replaced with a parry. But the twin blade, this is for all of you who want to live out your Darth Maul fantasies. We don't have quite enough dex for it yet. It requires quite a lot of competence to use, but a twin blade fashioned from rare Geisteel, designed for high-ranking Drangleic knights, hence the decorative design. Geisteel equipment is of the finest make, but it's so rare that very few of these weapons were actually used in combat. So we can't use it properly, but oh, just look at it. If you can use one of these things without hearing Duel of the Fates, you had no childhood. And the Bone Staff, a staff crafted with animal bones, a catalyst for sorceries and hexes. Properly trained sorcerers receive their first staff from their master after reaching a certain level of accomplishment. Those without proper training must devise something of their own making. Like, yeah. MC said Ashley Oshi had a weapon like that. It's a popular design for fantasy weapons. I quite like the Bone Staff. We meet at least one character that uses something similar, I want to say. But time for us to get back to our home, the Scimitar. Yeah, nothing here, of course. So I have no idea where we are. Always a good thing. Ah, right, back out here. Okay. Don't worry about the elevator, we kind of need to come through here anyway. So welcome to what I've always referred to as the barracks. In the original game, I don't recall about this one, but probably, it is just teeming with royal swordsmen. I'm really surprised none of them have dropped their armor. Maybe it's somewhere for us to find? And yep. No choice, right? Unless we use that elevator, so might as well. This will open up basically a shortcut, well, the normal path to the boss fight. So we free this guy, and is he grateful? Of course he's not. Now what awaits us in the barracks? Yep. This. Oh, this is gonna be really chancy. For the record, this is not all of them that are down there. Jesus! Well, thank you for that. Oh, damn it! Well, the scimitar's broken, that's not good. I'm going to be going through the barracks until we can open up that little shortcut, though. It's not very long, trust me. Almost everything in here swarms you just as soon as you enter into it. These are kind of monstrous-looking little gibbets, aren't they? One guy left holding the fort. Oh, hello. Jesus! Originally, there was a treasure in that giant gibbet. Now there's only pain and disappointment. More human effigies and money, we'll take it. This opens up onto a completely open pit. You can kind of roll down from the ledge above if you want a very, very high-risk shortcut. I don't. Looks like something tried to bust its way out of there. I don't think we ever run into what that could be. Oh no. Fortunately, the craftsman's hammer is, well, insanely powerful. Is there a way we can open that? Huh. Because we kind of really need to be able to open that. That's our shortcut to a boss that is probably going to kill me a fair handful of times. Oh no, we open it from this side. I see. And with that, we have completely opened the way to the Lost Bastille's boss fight. Now all we have to do is, every time we challenge the boss, run our way in an absolute sweating panic through a couple jailers, dogs, and about a dozen royal guardsmen. And this is the ledge from which you could roll into that open door. It's a bad idea, don't do it. It's really not worth it. Now, this weapon, especially if we could use it one-handed, would be insanely useful against the boss, but no dice. We're going to go level up real quick, because, trust me, we don't need nor do we want these souls right now. So we got 3. We can get a proper spell slot, that's something. And then, we will need more endurance, too, in future, because... Yeah, it looks like stamina and equipment load have actually been shifted, or split into 2 different stats for Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2 did introduce more stats, and folks generally don't really like that. I can tell you, yeah, I'm in that camp. I do not like the way that everything, every little thing, was assigned to one of many more stats. Spanish says I really gotta buy a new Mac keyboard. Oh, they can get pretty pricey, though, I think. Jeez. Alright. What do we want? What do we want? What do we want? MC says I dislike Macs. I'm a PC guy myself, but they can be really useful for certain things. Intelligence, where would this be best, sir? Where would this serve us best? Probably for now, just more... More equip load. I'm gonna try to get that up to 20. No, I'm sorry. I'll put it into Dex, because I ultimately want Dex to be around 30-ish. And, our intelligence and faith and things like that to be around 20. We're definitely gonna need more stamina, but... Also, since we're not going to be fighting anything that has a greater or lesser chance of dropping any equipment, let's go ahead and get that somewhat silly looking on us Varangian helmet on. Oh, and let's get ready for a whole lot of pain. Whew. MZ says never bought an Apple product. I use an iPhone, but I mean that's about it for me. And Spanish says, oh, Mario 64 source leak, so we might get Luigi's model. Ooh, good stuff. And all of these are like new leaks, right? That's a bit more like it. I think they can drop their scythe, but it's a very, very rare drop. I love the coat, though. Good aim. Spanish says, yeah, this is new apparently. I know Mario 64 got ported to PC natively due to a leak before now. Oh, nice. That had to be good for the modding scene, right? Okay, let's do this. The door closes again every time? Fair warning, this is one of those bosses that I and just about everybody always use co-op for, but, not this first time, anyway. MC says always dislike console exclusives. I mean, yeah, I do too, but... I mean, I get why they exist. You gotta sell those consoles somehow. Okay, 1 second. You thought Ornstein and Smough were bad. Yep. Meet the ruined Sentinels. They're giant, they've got pretty decent amounts of health, and there's 3 of them. I love their armor, though. This one is Yahim, like, I guess like the R&B singer? Now the others are going to become active. I would prefer to fight them up here. Oh, come on then. Oh, God. Now, they can also throw their shields at you Captain America style, after which they have to run and retrieve it. Good opportunity to get some hits in if you can. Now, if you come down here when all 3 are still active as like a solo player, I'm not gonna say you're totally done, but you're totally done. Oh, there's a shield. Huh. Whee! Love that attack. Rika is not terribly concerned with getting her shield back. What the hell? I've never seen that before. Okay. 1 to go. 1 without her shield, who seems terribly unconcerned with getting it back. Holy hell, am I gonna do this on my first try too? Guys, have I actually been learning this series over the years? That's honestly really unexpected. As you can see, when there's just one of them, they're not that dangerous because they're really designed to be fought as a squad. Their attacks are really clearly telegraphed and strike a narrow range usually, going for reach instead of... Oh, we got their soul, great. MC says loving the music, definitely. Spanner says fans modded Mario 64 to have graphics like the promotional images. Yeah, oh nice, nice. I do love the hack that just lets you play as Fortran, aka Granddad, from that famous Chinese ROM hack. That's a great one. Spanner says, so not really Captain America style, then. He doesn't have to jog for his. Well, I mean... Shit, the shield's still there! I don't think that was part of the intended design, but... Oh dear. Hold on, no, how do we do this? There is a gestures menu, there we go. MC says, just want to look good for the cameras, admit it. Well, of course I do, but seriously, this boss has a reputation as being one of the harder ones in the game, especially as it's relatively early in the game, and instead of 2 enemies like Dark Souls 1, they throw 3 at you, and it's just really easy to be, like, you know, kind of intimidated in that style of psychological warfare that Dark Souls loves to employ. And Spanner says, man 7 Granddad, what a guy. Oh, really? Like, I love that game, I love that character, I love the fact that Granddad has become a meme in and of himself, and Spanner says, might as well take it. We can get the Ruined Sentinel shield, just not now. And it's pretty good, I think, like, their equipment in general, which we can get, is really good. That's another thing I like about Dark Souls 2 over the first game. Almost any humanoid creature can give you their gear, somehow. Can we make this jump? I want to say yes. Yes. Homeward Bones, okay. Okay, it's not a bad prize. So now that we took care of them, the rest of the Bastille might have tricky spots, but there's nothing anywhere near as tricky as they are. Now, hold on. Unfortunately, we've got to put on our doofy hat again. Nameless Soldier. One of these is going to have an exploding hollow in it. Like that. Spanner says, but it's right there. What kind of game doesn't have shield removal technology? Probably the upcoming Marvel's Avengers, which, oh man, it looks so bad. I really want it to be good, but it looks so bad. You'll probably have to, like, spend a skill point on actually being able to, like, recall or catch Captain America's shield. Jesus Christ. So we reach a bonfire that is well-deserved. And before we carry on, we're gonna pop on down to the basement here. There's another Ferrous Lockstone here. Again? So, in the original game, so you know, I think the Pursuer appears a grand total of 3 times? Maybe 3 or 4, and they're all, but the boss fight, optional. I mean, way to make him live up to his name, I guess. Ow. Notice that our sword doesn't make any noise when we make contact with him. None whatsoever. All of the sound effects we're hearing are a result of our sword, like, chipping off of the floors and walls. He's, like, effectively incorporeal. Oh, come on. There we go. Spanner says pay for more shield. Yeah, unfortunately, probably. And MC says no rest for the wicked. This is not pursuit. This is stalking. Oh, trust me. We got large club. That's close to huge hammer. We have not seen the last of him. Far from it. What's in here? Oh, a priest's chime. I don't know if this is the basic chime, or... Yeah, it is. A sacred chime for high-ranking clerics. No, it's not then. This is the second. Spanner says every dollar is a slightly larger shield. Yeah, and if you pay like $50, you can get the standard shield, but with a really garish gold texture. A catalyst for miracles and hexes. Drangleic was the home of many clerics, but King Vendrick held a lukewarm opinion of their powers, and kept them only as attendants to ceremony. In this sense, Drangleic was not the place for any cleric with ambition. MC says eventually you get the golden shield. I will be streaming Marvel's Avengers when it comes out, just because I'm kind of fascinated by it, and I hope against hope that it's really good, despite the troublesome, like, live service aspects of it. But I'm really fascinated by it and want to see how it ends up shaking out. Because right now it looks kind of like ass. We got the Bastille key. Speaking of, there's 2 keys we haven't read the descriptions for yet, right? Key to the cells of the Lost Bastille. Long ago, a Bastille lord, driven to desperation by the rapid spread of curse across the land, began to see each subject as a carrier of the blight, and locked them away in droves. This entire Bastille was turned into a prison, and left abandoned to rot with its prisoners. And the antiquated key. The key is very old, but in good condition, such that it should still function. Only what lock does this key fit? MC says, when are you going to finish Santa Fate's 2 Servant and the Beast storyline? At some point in the future. I'm still thinking of when the best time to tackle cleanup streams would be. Probably between games. So maybe once we're through here and with Gunvolt? Because with Gunvolt, we do have an entire other campaign. Classy. Spanners asks, what about Sekiro? Only a year late. I'm actually going to play through the entire game as a whole, as the conclusion to this sort of like Soulsborne series we're running. Or I should say the final entry before the Demon Souls remaster or remake for PS5. No. Why couldn't you have been one of the ones that just straight up explodes? Like that guy. Why couldn't you be like Timmy? There we are. Green blossoms. Is that everything here? Yeah, because I think that's where the elevators from the, like, little courtyard deposit us. Now let's see, was there anything I missed back here? There is a lot to this, like, back half of the Bastille, including passageways to both of, like, the little sub-areas that have their own distinct bosses. We're gonna be deliberately seeking one out and trying to avoid the other for now. Now, if memory serves, our first boss soul merchant should be at the top of this tower, but we can't access them quite yet. due to this game, or this version's complete and utter love of, the Skeptic Spice, of... Down we go. Of petrification, I'm sorry. There we go, got it out. There are more petrified creatures in this game blocking passage earlier on than there were in the sequel, or the original, I'm sorry. And we will be wanting to get down there for that treasure later on. There's a lot of hard-to-reach treasures in this game. I quite appreciate that. MC says this is a cage, but no Nicholas, and thank God for it. Yep, there he is. There's our buddy. He's also blocking a bonfire, which is just, you know, great. A bunch of life gems. Okay, nice. So, the old soul bearer is at the bottom of that. We want to go elsewhere, but hold on, I will remember. We've got to figure out how to get there. There's a special area with a special covenant. Spanner says, I ordered my Nicholas with extra cage. Right on. We can find the ruins of one of those twin kingdoms. Remember the kingdoms of Ven and Alkin that were discussed earlier? In, like, item descriptions or some such? Over here. So, what in the hell was that? Butterflies, okay. Well, there's our courtyard. Question, though, can we make that jump? Probably not. How on earth did you get over here? Could have followed us from the bridge to the old one's prison. MC says, not a fan of playing a role to the extreme. If we're talking about, like, Nick Cage, then, yeah, I actually really, really enjoy his performances. They're, I think, deliberately hammy at this point, but fun, nonetheless. Okay, let's try and make this jump here. And if we don't, we can always take the elevator back up. Hey! Good, good. More money. And what on earth is this? Oh, it's a shortcut to the Ruined Sentinels boss chamber. No, not the bees! Not the bees! It's amazing what they'll pay you exorbitant amounts to do, hey? We are going to hoof it back to McDuck's workshop, because I think the quickest way to that, like, supplementary area, at this point, is through, the far tower, over here, or the tower apart. Spanner says, I heard he was good in The Color from Space, but I don't know the name. I've heard Nick Cage was, and I've not seen enough of these to be able to render a decisive opinion myself, but, like, actually a surprisingly competent dramatic actor before he just became known as, like, hey, the funny meme actor. So do we... We do not jump. Do we, Is this what we're supposed to do? Oh my god, yes it is. Ugh. Life gems and shards. Oh wait, hell, we need a Pharaoh's Lockstone. That's right. This game's also a bit stingier on the Lockstones early on than the other ones are. That's our problem. You do get to open this door up, though, further linking the area. Lots of little short and sweet shortcuts around. Yeah, Spanner says, I got the name right? Yeah, no, The Color from Space. It's a very famous story. Notice that it's actually much easier to stagger enemies with our heavy attacks than with our light attacks. Generally, something that wouldn't react at all to a light attack does, in fact, get jarred a little bit by a heavy one. Quite like that. So what we're going to do is head to Majula, because I think, possibly, maybe, sorta, at least one merchant there, namely Lycia, might be selling a Pharaoh's Lockstone or two. We really need some of these suckers. And of course we can level up before we face the first great soul bearer.
I knew you.
You don't happen to sell anything old and mossy and just very conveniently able to access, like, ancient causeways, right? Okay.
I'm glad.
Mofflin doesn't have anything for us. But he does have a good shield I'm going to go ahead and take for the time being. Or for the future, rather. Did we ever get the Falconer helmet? Well, I can't have parts of a set and not the whole thing, so...
I considered returning to... I started to turn that.
Right, okay. Is Kale back yet? No. Very, very soon. Down there is also one of the easiest ways in the entire game to get Pharaoh's Lockstones, and I'm halfway tempted to go for it right now, but... yeah, I don't know. Well... Shalqua? She sells something that'll make it easier to get them lots of Lockstones later. Reduces damage from falling with the Silver Cat ring. Silver ring depicting a leaping feline. Reduces damage from falling. Legend has it that when cats grow old, a force brews within them, and they're reborn as something new.
Did you see that oddly formed...
Okay, so nothing new from her yet.
Satisfied? I'll be around if you ever come back.
So while I'm digging around, guys, go ahead and tell me, do you think we should go for the little mini dungeon and special covenant and lockstones at the bottom of the pit yet, before we go take on the old one at the bottom of the Bastille, or finish out the Bastille first, regardless of whether or not we get a lockstone?
Hello there. An honor to see you again. This room is not as it seems. There are two, not one pathway leading out. And only this lovely thing reveals the other path. And
she is, of course, going to extort us in order to open up the passage to the second branch. MC says, not sure what's better, so up to you. Well, we can definitely get the Pharaoh's Lockstones pretty easily. Spanner says if you can take it, go ahead. Yeah, you know what? We've already got the Silver Cat ring. Why the hell not? Let's switch things up in this playthrough. Go out of order. You don't happen to sell the good stuff, do you? No, you do not. Ring of Prayer increases faith. That could actually be very useful later on. But we can get one of those later.
No need, the gods.
This could end very well or very poorly, but it also gives me access to my favorite thing. My favorite thing in the entire game.
Bear, see, nest.
Good, good. We get plenty of levels here. Let's take a couple more... or one more slot of attunement. Little bit more intelligence to get us up to 15, and then keep building that dex. Spanner says, oh damn, L is real, 2401. Oh, we didn't check out the Ruined Sentinel soul, that's right. Soul of the Ruined Sentinel, creation of the Jailer. The Ruined Sentinel has no corporeal form. It's only an empty soul that haunts the armor. Now it's time for us to properly attune some friggin' sorcery. Magic Weapon and the Great Soul Arrow, both. And let's whip out a Catalyst. We're not quite brainy enough yet to use the Bone Staff, but the Sorcerer's Staff should do us plenty well. Let's see if Carillion has anything additional for us. He's up here now, I think. No? Do we have to talk to him in No Man's Wharf first to get him to move? That might be it. Spanner says, it's been 24 years and 1 month since Mario 64 came out. God, that sounds insane, doesn't it, to think it's been that long? And now we found his model. Well, close to it, we have this file. So there's like a partially rendered model for Luigi or something? Oh no, he's over here, that's right. By the way, I would love to see Luigi's Mansion become a slightly more regular series for Nintendo. After Luigi's Mansion 3, I'd love to see another game in that vein in another, 2-3 years. We'll go ahead and get, like, the basics. Soul Spear Barrage is pretty good. Might as well.
The forces of magic, it is nicest.
Still nothing new from him, that's alright. Spinner says, I posted in the Discord but haven't been able to open the file. That's alright. We will check it out. Now hold on. We've got the Silver Cat ring. Spanner says, hell yeah, Luigi's Ghost Town when... Oh, that'd be so cool. Or what about something in the style of Mario Odyssey, where there's, like, haunted locations taking inspiration from different supernatural lore all around the world. Hopefully the Silver Cat ring can keep us alive through this. I don't know, though. Time to throw ourselves in the sewer. Yeah. This is gonna suck. We got a Radiant Life gem, though. We got a Ferrous Lockstone, so at the least we've got what we need. Oh man. Can we make it? Yes, we can. Poison Moss, and that's what we want. Welcome to a special side area, friends. Welcome to the Grave of Saints. Spanner says they wanted a Ninja Mansion in one but went with European. They should definitely bring that back. This is a very very special little area. It's extremely short, loaded with a fair amount of treasures, and aside from these completely vacant hollows, the only real threats here, prisonerhood, huh, are extremely virulent poison-carrying rats. Plague rats, basically. These guys. They're much cuter than Dark Souls 1's rats, I must say. And they guard this place with their little rat lives. Now wait a minute, we have magic weapon. Why not give that a try? Hey, hey! Oh, so they could realistically do it. I gotcha. More stones to trade to the crows. Now notice, there are little slots for Pharaoh's lockstones all over the place here, Oh, that is in keeping with this place's very, very special nature and purpose. Both floors of this tiny little tomb are just festooned with rat statues, with lockstone slots. Oh, it's so glorious. This, I think, is... No, this isn't the exit. We got some homeward bones, and rats that should probably be attacking us, but aren't yet. No, no, here they come. They move out as you get ready to leave the tomb, I see. Clever, clever. But notice, though, the enemies in this area don't seem... Oh, repair powder. Nice, thank you, rat. Don't seem to be particularly dangerous, do they? Certainly not for something we're not even supposed to encounter for some time now. Typically, this is the last or second to last one of the, like, paths to the Lord Souls that people take on. So, what's the purpose of all these rats? Well, you'll see, you'll see. We have already hit the boss, and I really, really like this boss. Prepare thyself, friends, for the bravest, most valiant defenders of the most noble and forthright civilization in Dark Souls history. Prepare thyself for the Royal Rat Vanguard. An endless wave of rats swarming us from all directions. And they are, in fact, literally endless. We have to chop down enough of them that their leader, a toxin, I believe, toxin-based rat with a ridiculous mohawk of spines running along its back, shows itself. Then we chop down the leader to actually, well, win the fight. Nope. We are fighting them again earlier than many people probably would or should, so just keep that in mind. Here he is! Now where'd he spawn? Oh, there he is, I think. Yep. Not exactly the hardiest of rats, but against a character this frail, deals some serious damage. Oh, damn, they actually killed me. That's new. Or no, they petrified me, rather. The small ones deal paralysis. This is the only problem with fighting them this early. Against a character that's actually supposed to be here, the status effects are what you really have to worry about. They kind of just, like, peck at you. But against something as weak as we are, we can do this, though, don't worry. Almost did it that time. Oh damn, with our hollowing we lost a ton of health. Probably because we were petrified, maybe? Like we lose more than usual? I don't know. Okay, here he comes. No! No! His poison got us. What a shame. Well, this is technically a challenge we've posed for ourselves, so it's... For the record, this is one of the easiest bosses in the game if you fight it when you're quote-unquote supposed to. We can manage, though, for starters. Let's get full health. For another thing... Let's, no, magic weapon works fine. Not great, but fine. We really want the Hex variant of, magic weapon, trust me. Trust me. Oh no. Yikes. We've almost killed enough of them to spawn the Vanguard, I'd imagine. Yep, here he comes. Yeah, there he is. Let's try some of our projectiles, if they can reach. Past all the statues and rat soldiers. There he is. Yeah, that does decent damage. It's interesting to see Dark Souls do a proper horde boss. Not the last time, either. No, it's the one with the hawk. There we go. Apparently somebody found a Luigi voice clip, too? Oh, nice. Looks like they're digging up lots of stuff. After this, we get to meet my favorite character in the entire series. After the madness is over, anyway. Yes. Yes! And now the rats all disperse once their general has been killed. MC says, a battalion of rats. A ratalion? And Spanner says it's in the Discord, but haven't heard it yet. Phone can't play it. I gotcha. So we earned the soul of the Royal Rat Vanguard and then a rat tail. Tails to offer to the Rat King. Royal Rat Vanguard soul of the underground realm. The Rat King's loyal servant judges the worthiness of those who seek royal audience. Oh yes, it's almost time. And a severed rat's tail. Demonstrate fidelity by offering it to the Rat King and strengthen the bond with your covenant. The Rat King is proud and merciful, as any king true to his stature should be. The Rat King looks favorably upon those who follow the path of right, even disgraceful humans. Yep, time to meet, and again, I swear this is not a joke, one of the kindest, most forthright, and noble characters in the entire series. This is a god we can believe in. This is the Rat King.
Leave this place, human. We have no time for thy kind. Humans bring nothing but filth. Is that a rat tail, human? Cast one of mine rat burrows conquered. This will not go unnoticed. Rejoice, for the right to serve me is now thine. Since thou art human still, permit me ask, wilt thou thy human soul surrender and pledge thyself to me? Swearest thou by the sweet-tempered sludge that labs at our bosoms?
Of course. This is the best covenant in the entire series. I have so much fun with this. I've had so much fun with this over the years. Oh, it's great. Oh, it's so great. We've now become one with the Rat Kingdom.
Eyes of one who perceiveth true beauty. Human, thou mayst serve. Take this ring. It was forged by a human who was once among us.
The crest of the rat.
Draws to thee those who would defile our burrow. Wear the ring whenever thou art near, and destroy those who would dare provoke our ire. I will grant unto thee all thou shouldst so desire. I prithee serve with a true rat's honor. Speak thy mind, servant.
We'll offer our rat tail, of course.
My servant, tell me the way of things. There has been much honor in thy service, despite the human blood coursing thy veins. I am merciful, and trusting thee as I would any rat. The insolent fools line up to trample upon our burrows. My servant, dispatch these invaders, and thy
Right,
reward
so
will be handsome indeed.
let's take a look at what he sells. Basically, any type of poison-based or resisting item, but also vials of acid that can, like, seriously degrade an opponent's equipment if thrown at them.
My servant, do not disappoint me.
And so now that we serve the Rat King, that little area we passed through, the Grave of Saints, becomes a special dungeon of... Yep, you okay there, buddy? Of which we effectively serve as the boss. Here's how it works. When you have the Crest of the Rat equipped near either of the game's Rat King dungeons, this is one of them, and in my opinion the less fun of the two, players who have explored or who are exploring that area without having conquered its rat burrow, i.e. defeated its boss, may randomly be kidnapped from their world and summoned into yours as a silver phantom. Defeating them will earn you a massive parcel of souls, as well as an additional Ferrous Lockstone, which can be used at any of the edifices strewn throughout the area in order to activate a number of traps, free benevolent enemies that will cooperate with you to attack those you have, like, called into this area, and generally improve the ferocity and the fatality of your special version of that dungeon. In essence, I get to become a boss, and one with an awful lot of traps and tricks at my control. Now, we're not going to be playing around with the Rat King too much yet, as we are a little bit weak yet, and we don't have enough Ferrous Lockstones to do much here. In this arena, you can, like, free a bunch of plague rats, extend the drawbridges to, like, enable you and your competitors to run through a little, like, gauntlet in a cave, activate these statues to have them start spewing, like, poison and acid out in front of them. It's a fun time to be had by all. But the other Rat King dungeon's just a bit more fun, in my opinion. But let's have a look at this. Join this covenant and wear this ring to lure trespassers of the Rat King's territory into your world. If you receive this ring, rejoice in the opportunity to demonstrate your allegiance to an eminently noble being. Spanner says the Brady boss. Very true. It is a boss. I get to be the kind of boss I always would want to be. One that doesn't have to do a whole lot save keep the heat on people while my legion of unstoppable, like, little pestilent minions just run roughshod over them. In fact, in the second Rat King dungeon, which I had a great run on with the original Dark Souls 2 years and years ago, I built my entire character, or, like, my loadout, around basically annoying people while my enemies, or the enemies I had working under me, did most of the work. So, for instance, I had a section where a massive humanoid enemy and a couple plague rats would, like, swarm the character as soon as they spawned in, and instead of, like, doing anything to help wear them down, I would stand behind where they would spawn, usually, with, like, a poisoned whip and just kind of lash at them to keep them in the fray with the other enemies so they couldn't heal. It was a great time, and I got... Spanner says so like a mob boss. Exactly. It was a great time, and I got plenty of very, very angry PlayStation Network messages. So now that we've done that, and got ourselves a lockstone... Or no, we need a fragrant branch, that's right. Branches and lockstones. But now that we have one lockstone, we can head to the... well, the special little area. MC says, you just like the latex suit, don't you? I use Jester's armor. So I was this very colorful Jester with a horrifying, like, grinning demon mask. We can access a special area now. Just eat up, buddy. Welcome to the Belfry Luna, part of the ruins of the kingdom of Alkin or Ven, one or the other. But real quick, folks, give me just a minute to go get another drink really quick. Been thirsty work doing all this. And I will be back. Like I said, maybe 3 to 4 minutes. I'm probably also going to check on a load of laundry I have going. Then we'll take on the Belfry Luna and the first Old Lord Soul Bearer. It may be a little bit more. I'm looking at, like, our stream. I'm going to try to go for 4 hours, and we might have time for more still. Alright, we are back and ready to take on an area that's not hard at all, but is going to be potentially a little frustrating because it is the spiritual successor to the Darkroot Gardens, like forest hunter area from the first game, in that it is populated by the adherents of a PvP covenant that will incessantly spawn in to duel you. And again, these are like all professional PvPers. We're probably not going to be able to take them, but it's okay. It's a short area, and once you run through it, you get to access a brand new boss, which is what we're here for. So meet the soldiers of Vin and Alkin, or what's left of them, the Bell Keepers.
Undead! Undead! Keep that up our bell! Right, bell.
So this was Alkin, right?
The bell belongs to the princess, it do. Stay back and we slice you to bits. In my chums, we shan't be left. A long time ago, the princess she loved me. Yes, just like so. To guard this bell for the prince's honour. Stay away, foul undead, or you will be a goner. Stay back! It belongs to the princess, it do!
So 3 guesses as to what our objective here is. We've got to get our hands on that bell.
You wish to guard the bell, you do.
So he'll offer us a spot in his covenant. And we will sign back on with the Rat King after this stream is over, but we'll go ahead and join it for now just so we can get the ring. And a little bit more lore. Spanner says they started decoding his textures posted in the Discord. It's so cool that we're getting, like, bit by bit, or like, totally up-to-date coverage of this, like, process as well. It seems like people are working really fast. So, much like the Forest Hunter's ring, you put this ring on, and wherever you are, you will be summoned in to fight in the Bellkeeper's arenas. I really like these guys. They're, again, more in step with Dark Souls 2's dark fairy tale narrative. Like, obviously they're very disturbing, but more fantastical than a lot of things we'd see in the first game.
We've been ringing this bell forever, we have.
So we're going to be attacked by other bell keepers in addition to the PvP folks as we move further up. But first let's just check this ring out real quick. After I throw my life ring back on, of course. The Bellkeeper's Seal. Join this covenant and wear this ring to automatically be summoned to the world of an invader, the Bellkeeper's domain. The twin bells symbolize the bond between two lovers who could never be united. The Bellkeepers are their eternal guardians, for that is their love, and that is their curse. Let's get this over with. So the Bellkeepers obviously aren't quite right, and will attack us with powerful dark weapons. We need to shimmy our way up to the bell itself and ring it to put a stop to this madness. For us, anyway. Come on, move it, move it, move it, move it. Ow. What the hell? Oh, he has quite the rate of fire, doesn't he? Almost there. These guys make great backup when you're invading as a Bellkeeper, though, I must say. Let's ring that bell. Or, well, in a moment. There'd be treasure up here. Life gems, twilight herbs, not bad. What are you doing here? I guess waiting to get the drop on some people? Now the boss here can also be really tricky. But it's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Now that should open this portcullis. Right? Yep. And we're gonna go ahead and use some of that gold pine resin. Oh, get ready for this, guys. It's really cool. Again, hard, but really cool. Meet the Belfry gargoyles. They're not just the bell gargoyles, I promise you. Because, see, more of them join the action throughout the entire fight. Up to 6 of them, in fact. And this fight can get really nasty really easily. Oh damn, yeah, that's what happens if you don't get rid of them quickly. MC says no bells and whistles, I see. No, there's a reason to kill these guys. There's several reasons, actually. But they are really tough to handle on your own, to the point where I'm tempted, if we don't get this in a couple tries, to summon somebody in. It does not help, of course, that the scimitar is perhaps, the worst weapon in the entire game for enemies like that. They're made of reinforced stone. So in fact, hold on. Why don't we swap our current weapon out for the craftsman's hammer and give this one a try? Oh, there's a treasure there we just totally missed. Whoops. What are you? A skeptic's spice. That permanently lowers the faith requirement to use one miracle by 1 point. There's something simple or similar called a simpleton's spice that increases the accessibility of spells. I think they're a really cool addition to the game. Like, hey, if there's a certain one particular spell you'd really like to cast, but just don't have the stats for, you can burn a few of those to do so. Rusted coin. We got a shield from one of them. It's not a great shield, but it is there, so let's try this. It's what the resin's for. Oh yeah, look at that damage. Damn it! Not that it makes any difference, because these guys actually, I would argue, are way more aggressive than the Bell Gargoyles were as well. Way more aggressive. Their weapons are really good. So there is that. But as we could see, the craftsman's hammer does much more damage. And in fact, we don't quite need that. If we're going to be using the hammer like this. We can get it, it's just gonna take a little trying. Fortunately, the bell keepers have very, very low range. During my original playthrough now, the belfry gargoyles gave me hell. If you've summoned in a partner, they're really not bad at all, because you can effectively divide your attention between them, but... Ow, damn! Not so here. We're going to use some life gems for that, because that was some BS. Yeah, a couple of those radiants should do. And one of these. Get some magic up on that. If we can't do it this time, then I'll swallow my pride and see if we can't get some help. Oh! What the hell? Jesus Christ! They're just, again, they are definitely not the bell gargoyles. Not at all. They work very differently. And again, there are 6 of these things you have to get through. Now, if we had just slightly better... Oh, hell, I'm gonna give it one more try on my lonesome. If we had slightly better armor or poise to where we just didn't get sent flying all the time, we could manage this pretty easily, but... I also didn't know they could go directly from their spawning animation into an aerial attack. Also, that range on their attacks, or I should say the radius of their attacks, is obscene. Oh! And it begins again. Yep, we need help. I'm so sorry about this, but there's no way I can do this on my own right now. They do actually use the Bell Gargoyles boss theme in its entirety, I believe, which is cool. But yeah, they're much tougher than the Bell Gargoyles. Which, I mean, I guess it makes sense. They're in a multiplayer area, so you're probably supposed to fight them or intended to fight them with some kind of help, usually, right? I've taken them out solo before, but it was later in a playthrough, a little bit later. This character's just too squishy to manage the job really capably. A shade? If they can help us, sure. If they can help us through to the boss. Glencore is really, really good. I don't know if he'll follow us into the boss room or not, though. Come on, buddy. Yes, yes, he's in here. Now, he'll only stick around for a certain amount of time, which is fine. So long as he distracts them for me. Glencore is, of course, an NPC, so this isn't another player we have helping us out. Three. Thanks to that magic buff on our sword, we're able to do a little bit of damage to him, though nowhere near as much as I'd like. Fortunately, Glencore's sword is so big, he can actually stun them. This is the way these suckers are largely meant to be fought. There we go. Now see, with a little help, it is actually a very easy fight. MC says GG, thank you very much. Again, I would have liked to have soloed that, but we just do not have the gear to really damage them. I like that fight. I like that fight a lot. It basically strikes me as a better designed version of the Four Kings fight. Mechanically, it's very different than the Bell Gargoyles, because you are actually having to mitigate several on-screen threats at a time, and more of them spawn the longer you remain in the fight. It's not tied to how many of them are alive. I think 2 of them will always be active, but you can get up to 3 or 4, I think, depending on how long it takes you to down each of them. They're resistant to a lot of damage types, so you either have to be smart with the kind of gear you're bringing in, or team up with a buddy to kind of, like, buy a little bit more time. And they're also way more aggressive than the Bell Gargoyles were, which, especially for smaller enemies and enemies in sort of a damage or DPS test fight, I think is a really good design. Also, unlike the Four Kings of New Londo, you can actually tell what the hell they're supposed to be doing when they telegraph an attack. Again, I like the design of the Four Kings, I like their concept, but, like, mechanically, I'm not the biggest fan in the world of their fight. MCS would hammer work better. Oh, yeah, definitely. You saw the runs we had with the Craftsman's Hammer. They took probably 2 to 2.5 times as much damage per hit from that thing. Now, sure, some of that can be attributed to the fact that we were dual-wielding, but just the fact that we were using something with blunt damage really did a number on these guys. I want to say they're one of only a couple bosses in the game that I'd say you really need a good co-op partner for if you don't have, like, a build specially made to take them on, or you should your first time. But, we won't be seeing the other one for a long time. Soul of a Gargoyle of the Lost Bastille. The elaborate stone statues on the belfry mysteriously came to life. And, we fixed that right quick. This takes us to a brand new bonfire. And a special little treasure chest. What's in here in this version? I don't... The Southern Ritual Band. This is something to do with spells or miracles. Yeah, it allows attunement of additional spells. That's actually pretty good. One of the secret treasures restored in Aldia raises the number of spells you may attune. This modest-looking ring contains very powerful magic. To imagine what unspeakable deeds were performed to create such rings, one need only recall the cruel fate of the residents of Aldia. So Aldia is not actually a land in the game. It's the name of an estate. Lord Vendrick, or King Vendrick's brother, elder brother, so the one first in line to the throne under laws of primogeniture, was Lord Aldia, and he preferred his life of like isolated scholarship to any type of administrative duties, so abdicated the throne to Vendrick, never actually ruling himself. So he just lives in like a secluded little estate. MC says, I got the gargoyle helmet in Dark Souls. Very nice. I love the look of the gargoyle helmet, but if I recall, aside from their actual weapons, their gear is more ornamental than, like, really super useful. The helm was okay, though, I think. Just a little heavy. We've been invaded by an NPC, Vorgel the Sinner. I have no idea what this one's thing is. Oh, they're a spearman. Good. Man, the fun just don't stop at the Belfry, does it? First, we've got the Bell Gargoyles coming back for a second season, and now I'm getting horrifying flashbacks to the Capra Demon fight. Vorgel appears to be wearing the clean, like, fresh version of the hollow infantry or hollow soldier armor. I don't know if he can heal or not. I honestly do not recall. But it doesn't matter. MC says functional. Yes, very. MC says Capra Demon's pretty easy once you have a sense for its arena. Definitely. That one's all about teaching you how to make the use of environments in boss fights. So we've got Petrified Something, a Bright Bug, and then, hell yeah, the Dragon Tooth. A giant dragon tooth used as a great hammer. Solid as a boulder, this tooth is said to have been taken from a dragon, but the truth of this claim is unclear. What is certain is that it bears some mystical power, and its wielder gains resistance to magic and fire. You all know what this is. This is Bishop Havel's favorite toy. And a throwback to Demon Souls here, one of the best weapons in that game that you could get very early on, the Enchanted Falchion. The Falchion is objectively a better weapon than the Scimitar. The Womp Stick, yeah, basically. And early on in Demon Souls, you can get an Enchanted Falchion that you can run through the entire game with. It's really, really good. So I do like that, again, unlike Dark Souls 3, that just throws you into areas populated by characters and packed full of treasures, and sometimes entire areas from Dark Souls 1, and says, hey, look at all this stuff again. We have this one small little side area just festooned with references to earlier entries in the series without ever just reusing them wholesale. Like, it evokes nostalgia without feeling unoriginal. I quite like that. And with that, the Belfry Luna is done, effectively. We are going to go back to Majula real quick to buy the Fragrant Branch of Yore from Malentia, just because we really want that Boss Soul Merchant, and we really want the bonfire in there. Trust me on this. MC says it also feels less cramped. It really does, yes. So can you reinforce our Enchanted Falchion? Yes, you can. This game has bigger space, which is great. Yeah, bigger space, and something that, again, might be kind of like a controversial take, but, way fewer enemies and bosses that are just massive damage sponges. Like, here, even with the Belfry Gargoyles, which had really high resistances, if you could deal effective damage to them through, like, lightning effects or blunt damage, they don't have just such a phenomenal pool of health that you not only have to know how to do their fight really well, you have to do it very well for just an ungodly length of time. Like, I think back to, again, the Four Kings. They have combined the highest health pool out of all bosses in the base game of Dark Souls 1. And they're a DPS test boss, and they're one of the first, like, Lord Soulbearers, I think the first, you actually can access. There is no reason why that boss, or, to give you a better example, someone like Seath, or Nito, or even the Demon Fire Sage had to have the ridiculous amount of health they did, and that goes double for a lot of the late-game enemies. Why on earth are those man-eating clams about as resilient as a lot of early-game bosses? Why are the lesser demons in Demon Ruins so tanky? It feels like... And I'm not saying this is, like, just ridiculously stupid design. It's design I personally don't like. Resilience was... able to... Yeah, no, thank you. MC actually agrees with me. I love this. I really can't get the hate for this game. Better design for everything. Again, though, I'm going to be, like, devil's advocate here when it comes to, like, the hardcore critics of Dark Souls 2 and say, I think for so many people, it's because Dark Souls 1, not as, like, an assemblage of design components and decisions, but just as an experience, gave them something that was brand new to them. And again, it was one of the first action RPGs made in this style, especially for that generation, with like intense but perfectly fair difficulty, involved systems, lots and lots of room for exploration and development, and really tricky, well-designed bosses in an era where boss battles were unfortunately dying out. Oh, look at that staff, it's so cool. We're about to get that cool staff before too long. And it was a certain, like, experience for them. And when they came to this game, already knowing and having learned so much about the game and sort of how it works and its systems, I think a lot of people wanted that Dark Souls 1 experience, that kind of surprise, that challenge, that awe over again. But because they had already learned, they were already familiar with it, they didn't get that experience. And they criticized the game or its design decisions for not being able to, well, be like the first time they ever saw something like this again. And I don't think that's entirely fair. In fact, I'd go so far as to say it's patently unfair. Are there things that could be improved upon? Yeah, for instance, having, like, certain animation lengths tied to certain stats, or splitting stamina and equip load into two different stats you have to choose between to level up. I'm not really big on those. But in terms of actually designing the game, the encounters, the bosses, the way you're able to acquire and use gear, it's friggin' amazing! And, again, Dark Souls 2, the base game, had a slightly different structure and very different, enemy encounters and loot drops. But it was still really good. Still better than the first game, I would say, in every measurable way. Right, so first thing we want to do, now that I'm climbing back down off of my soapbox, is visit Malentia. MC says maybe it's also because the feel of the game is different. The first game is dark, this one less so. First game is cramped and enemies can be savage and those not here. Yeah, exactly. This feels... Again, it feels like a dark fairy tale. It feels like it wants you to have fun with it more than the first one did, if that makes sense. It feels better. It just feels better. We're going to buy one of these, and fragrant tree branch with a faint, sweet smell restores the life of things turned to stone. Extended inhalation of the branch's scent can lead to coughing and nausea. Well, alright then. Now, what else was I going to go do? Oh, right, no, we have a new friend to meet. Never mind that. If we head to the servants' quarters, we can undo that merchant's petrification and start trading in some boss souls for weapons that I probably won't use, but are really, really cool. again, boss soul weapons, in my mind, serve as much as trophies as they do actual, like, really usable weapons. MC says maybe that's the crux, actually. Cramped areas are seen as a feature, not an issue, causing rage. Yeah. I think, too, it's because... And again, I don't mean to just dog on people who prefer the first game. If you do, that's totally your prerogative, and I think you can make a case for it being a more enjoyable experience. I don't feel that way, but more power to you. You know, as long as you invest your time and money into something you can enjoy, I'm all for it. But I think a lot of people got on board with the idea that Dark Souls is good because it's hard. And I don't particularly agree. I think its difficulty is fair and challenging and all that, but the game isn't fun, the game isn't good. All of these wonderful things I've been featuring on this stream usually have nothing to do with difficulty. It's about a really well-made world and a robust RPG system where you can customize your character in like a million different ways to create any kind of build you want and go out into this really intricate world with lots of different types of challenges to explore. That's what makes the game so cool, in my mind anyway. And there's like this deep, involved lore behind it that you can discover through item descriptions and the like. That's also quite cool. So our enchanted falchion isn't quite as good as the scimitar in terms of dealing damage. MC says the game's fun because you have open controls on the combat. Well, that too, yes. Also, if you've noticed, this game so far has presented us with so many more options for combat outside of be a big tanky dude with a strength weapon, which is, let's be honest, kind of the direction the first game really pushed its players in. Now, I know it's because there were heavy design influences from Berserk and things like that, but I appreciate feeling like, as a Dex player, I have all the freedom in the world to make a really good, a really badass character without having to go for heavy armor and heavy weapons and things like that. I like that myself. And, yeah, just so much more freedom, so many more options. You feel like more playstyles are really viable, as long as you get them down. I think that's cool. MC says, well, I went glass cannon. That's the way one of my friends likes to play. Always too high risk for me. Now we can free our buddy here, who, in addition to being a merchant, is also a pretty powerful mid-game sorcery trainer, so he'll be doubly useful for us. He also has some of the coolest looking armor in the entire series.
Still a bit stiff, I'm afraid.
MC says, though I finally leveled my base armor. I think we made it through Dark Souls 1 without ever tempering or improving our armor.
I am strayed, wandering sorcerer of sorts. I've been a guest for a very long time, but I don't think that anybody will miss me.
I kept the starting thief gear? Oh, wow. To be fair, as light armor goes, it's actually very good, I've heard.
Weak you may be, but I, strength, will teach you my spells. How long was I sat petrified? Long enough for the old kingdom to have crumbled, I see. Why didn't anyone wake me sooner? Grand Lake. I've never heard the name. Is that what they call this place now?
He's been locked up for a very, very long time.
Very good indeed.
MC says, yeah, I had to do a little bit of upgrade for the Tomb of Giants. The skeleton beasts, right? Right.
Within this land.
Trying to get the soul booster ring, I see.
Came of your own free will.
The covetous silver serpent. Yep, we've got that. Right cheer.
Feared the cursed ones like a plague. Some people would rather keep dreadful things out of sight, out of mind. In the end, they swept them up and corralled them here. So very typical of meek minds, don't you think?
So, he does sell us a few things, including some pretty solid rings, one of which increases our intelligence, might be pretty good. And a whole bunch of sorceries, miracles, pyromancies, and hexes, including some baseline hexes. But as you can see, the requirements for using hexes are pretty damn, demanding. Dark Hail and Dark Fog, along with Dark Orb, were all from, pretty sure they were all from the DLC of the first game, but there's plenty more. Affinity's brand new, I want to say. We'll go ahead and buy Dark Orb, a hex modified from an old sorcery by Galea, the father of hexing. Fires a heavy orb of darkness. To use hexes, equip a sacred chime or staff, and attune a hex at a bonfire. Required equipment depends on the hex. So some of them use catalysts, staves. Some use chimes. We've got a homing soul arrow, which is pretty nice. We'll get a lot of these later on, but right now it's time to trade us some boss souls. Look at all these cool weapons we can buy. Now, most boss souls have at least 2 options you can trade for. One of them has many, many more. We've got a couple sorceries. The Ruined Sentinels can give us the heavy homing soul arrow, one of the sorceries devised by Strade, the great mage of ancient Olafis. Fires thick, powerful soul arrows that seek their targets to the ends of the earth. Good, but damn, look at that intelligence requirement. The Royal Rat Vanguard can give us the Toxic Mist. A fringe pyromancy of unknown origin creates a powerful cloud of poison mist. The poison gradually erodes the target's body, inflicting damage all the while. Whoever created this spell did not believe his enemies deserved a swift death. We'll come back to those later. So we can trade the Dragon Rider's soul for a Great Shield, which is actually pretty great. King Vendrick's Royal Guard. The rank of Dragon Rider was reserved for honorable warriors who helped found Drangleic. Together with the king, they crushed its former inhabitants and erected a magnificent kingdom upon their graves. We can get the Pursuer's Great Shield, which is actually really, really cool looking. For those who can handle the weight of this shield, it offers resistance to curses. The Pursuer hunts down those branded by the curse, as if each undead soul that he claims will atone for one of his sins. The Dragon Rider soul can also be traded for a bow. Merely drawing this bow requires inhuman strength. 20, that's not crazy. But each shot has deadly potential, demands great skill of its wielder, and thus serve to test the worthiness of those who aspired to join the Dragon Riders. The Dragon Riders also have a twin blade. Twin blades are wielded with an unusual technique. This one strikes hard, but is very heavy. We can get the Pursuer's Sword, replete with that glowing stab move, I believe. Ultra Greatsword of the Pursuer. Known as the mightiest of the straight swords, it demands great strength and dexterity of its wielder. The Pursuer hunts those branded by the curse as if each undead soul that he claims will atone one of his sins. We can get the Flexile Sentry's Warped Sword, which is a curved sword, a really good one, that deals... Oh, I thought it dealt bleed damage. It does not. A curved sword forged from the soul of the Flexile Sentry, once straight, but later twisted to reflect its warped owner. The sentry crammed inmates of the overflowing Bastille onto a rickety ship, then cast them out to the open sea. The majority of them drowned or starved, but a few hardy survivors made land to the south and imparted their knowledge of sorcery to the people there. We can get the Arced Sword from its other hand, I believe. It's a great sword, technically, and yeah, much heavier. There's something unsettling, and at the same time beautiful, about its long curved blade. From the soul of the last giant, we get its axe. Great axe forged from the last giant soul. This weapon resembles a primitive stone tool, but is quite powerful owing to its immense size. King Vendrick disappeared as the war with the giants reached its ferocious peak, leaving his castle. Some swear upon hearing the news. The queen's face remained as still as her portrait. Also, if you haven't had enough Flexile Sentry fun, we can get one of the other side's clubs. The spikes covering its length seem as vile as the sentry itself. So this is the way a lot of boss weapons go down, unfortunately. You can get really cool spells, or in most cases, big, not necessarily strength-based, but heavy weapons. Obviously, we'll be going for the most easily wieldable for each, for this playthrough anyway. MC says it feels wrong to have you play so well and me being the only one watching live at this moment at least. Oh, thanks a lot, man. I appreciate it. It's alright, really. I guess just, if folks are interested, they could always share the broadcast with folks they think might be interested. But I'm just happy to be sharing this experience with some folks who are in some way entertained by touring through these games with me, especially during this trying time. You know, it just feels good knowing that, you know, this is helping or entertaining somebody. We can get the Gargoyle's Bident, a two-pronged spear that imitates a weapon mentioned in an ancient text. Gargoyles are said to guard castles and forts from ill fortune, and they've appeared in many forms in all the great lands throughout history. Some are so meticulously crafted that they look as if they might come to life. MC says, just checked YouTube, by the way. Brady in that damn mushroom challenge. Love it. I had to come up with something to name that one after, and that just seemed the most appropriate. We can also get a Dragon Rider Halberd, a versatile weapon that can slash, sweep, and thrust when wielded nimbly, and is also imbued with magic. So we've got plenty. We are not hurting for options when it comes to the Dragon Rider Soul or the Flexile Sentry Soul. We're going to go ahead and get the Giant Stone Axe, because I think it's the only thing you can get with the last Giant Soul. The reason there are multiple weapons for so many bosses, or at least one partial reason, is that it sort of incentivizes either using bonfire ascetics and fighting bosses over again within one playthrough, or going through several new Game Plus cycles, getting new souls and or new copies of the soul and trading them in for different gear. I really like it myself. As you can see, unlike Dark Souls 1, where you had to take a weapon of a very specific type correlated to each boss weapon, upgrade it to a certain threshold, then enhance it using both the boss weapon, a bunch of souls, and usually ancillary materials, here, it's just 1,500 souls on the, like, right on the nose, and the boss soul. That's it. Here's your gear. This works so well that Dark Souls 3 would do something similar. I think Demon Souls might have done as well, but this, again, is a great quality of life improvement, because there is no reason you need to take a specific weapon, invest tons and tons of souls and titanite into crafting it, just to turn it into something special and kind of situational, when you've already earned this weapon, in my mind, by beating the damn boss. This is your reward, if you don't want to crush their souls for a massive, amount of experience. Speaking of Dragon Rider, we're gonna go for the Twin Blade. Oh, the Dragon Rider equipment, I've never noticed this before, also deals magic damage. That's interesting, and they're all enchanted. The Pursuer, we're gonna go for his sword, Flexile Sentry, the Warped Sword, the Gargoyle Bident, and we'll get the Pyromancy from the Royal Rat Vanguard Soul. We'll keep the Ruined Sentinel Soul. I don't know if you can use it for something else later or not. Is there anything we want to buy from him? Might as well take Cast Light and the Homing Soul Arrow while we're here. And we bought enough for him to give us some special equipment. Namely, his set.
Stop being so weak.
I love his armor, so we're going to do just that.
Let's hope the magnificence of my spells does not deter you.
Oh, he's so pleasant. So this armor, we need more intelligence for it? Oh, wow. Didn't know that. Not much more, certainly. Yeah, just a single point. Well, we can fix that. MC says, I just imagine the guy stripping himself naked to give you his armor. Well, the funny thing is, he seems to have a spare set of armor on him, but, he does not give you, his staff, at least at that point. I think you have to kill him to get the staff, which is a shame, because that really cool staff we saw a Spectre wielding at the Majula bonfire earlier, you know, the one with the sort of orrery on the end of it, that is Strayd's staff.
Bearer of the...
How many level ups do we get? 3? Yeah, that'll do. 1 more intelligence, and just some more dexterity, sure, why not? Yeah, let's do this. For being so light, too, his set's really good. Enchanted with resistance to magic belonged to Strayed of Olafis. Strayed spent several lifetimes as stone. During this hiatus, kingdoms rose and fell until the land called Drang Lake came to be. Oh, and his hood improves casting speed. Strayed was invited to the old kingdom of Olafis for his wisdom, but its depth was such that people soon feared him, and in the end he was led into a dreadful trap. We'll actually equip this over our old hood for now. MC says, if you want everything, you need to kill everyone. Yes, actually, unfortunately. And someone wrote in front of Patch's Entomb of the Giant, weakness kicking. Oh, that's great. So we will obviously take quite a bit more damage now, but we move much faster. I tend to prefer light armor in these games, but just, the Drang Lake mail was so good for when we found it, there was no way I couldn't use it. I'm not entirely sure what these orange borders mean, actually. Never have been able to figure that out. See, on, like, the location photos, most of them have, like, a ephemeral kind of white-looking border, yet some have, an orange one. Maybe it means there's more stuff to discover there, I don't know. Because there definitely is here. So from Strayed Cell, we should be able to directly access the prison of the first Great Old One. Which is what I'm going to call them. I know that's a Lovecraft thing, but like they're the old ones bearing the Great Lord Souls. Great Old Ones, there you go. Oh no, his isn't the Astrolabe staff, I'm sorry. His staff looks very cool, though. Very, very cool. The Astrolabe staff you actually get maybe from a Hexer? We're not far off from meeting, like, the early game Hex teacher. Now, as you can see, there's a couple crossbowmen who are going to be firing shots at us. Shots that seem to home in slightly. And one more of the jailers. Oof. Didn't intend to trade with him, but alright. Welcome to the Saltfort. Also known as Sinner's Rise. The bearer of the old Lord Soul is chained down deep in a cell just above the sea level. They wanted to do all they could to keep this one from getting out. And they've been locked up down there for a very, very long time. I do love the fluidity with which you can chain light and heavy attacks in this game. Again, I think even like the weapons movesets are preferable in Dark Souls 2 to their incarnations in Dark Souls 1. That could just be me, and again, that is purely a matter of preference. But I think, like, especially the curved swords, as we've been seeing, way more useful, much more user-friendly movement set than the first game. Easily. So we've got another bonfire, which is helpful. We're gonna need it. Let's go ahead and light that kind of conspicuous brazier, just in case. Anything up here? More cash. Now, interesting thing about the Bearers of the Old Souls, at least as I remember them, most of them aren't that bad. And in fact, the one we're about to be fighting just now is easily the most challenging. Are there braziers you don't want to light? MC asks. There's one area in the game, as I said earlier, where you definitely do not want to have a torch out, but I don't think there's any braziers in particular that are, like, trapped. And... gotta time it, gotta time it, gotta time it. Yeah! We got some lacerating knives. Think throwing knives, but with blood. Who's this? Lucatiel. I really want to show this boss off without a summon because it's so cool. It's one of my favorite fights in the series, but... yeah, why not? Why not? We want to get her quest line over and done with. Odds are still good she'll walk off into the ocean. Now, in the original game, Sinner's Rise would be crawling with, of all things, like, mutated monstrous bellkeepers, but look who's here instead! Haven't seen you in, like, an hour, 2 hours maybe. Oh, you're really weak to magic, or the one of them is. It looks like the armored half actually has much higher resistances than the other one does. That is good design right there. Or did I just manage to hit it in the head or something? Don't know. No. MC says stop snaking around. Jeez. I think I preferred the, like, monstrous bellkeepers. Oh, these guys are still here, though. That's good. Another summon sign. Another NPC called Sellsword Lewitt, who actually fights with great shields and is, as you'd imagine, really strong. Oh, hello. Haha. I also found out that the, Gunvolt, like, spin-off starring Copen. Oh, look who it is. But starring Copen is available pretty cheaply on PlayStation Network. So, geez, Lucatiel, give me a minute. So I might go ahead and download that, and we can try it out after we're through with Gunvolt 2. Which, obviously, now will be a while. Ah, there we go. He dropped one of the hate weapons. Good old electrified spear. What is this? Oh, a Pharos Lockstone. Perfect. We'll be needing those. We'll be needing a whole lot of those. Hold on real quick, let me see what the other boss fights for Lucatiel are. Okay. Sinner's Rise. The other two. Okay. So, there's... the other two bosses she can be summoned for are both better than this one for that particular objective in my mind, because this one is probably the best, like, duel in the entire game, or the base game, and as I said, one of my favorite fights overall. But since we really want to make sure we get her set, and the Flexile Sentry did a number on us, we'll go ahead and bring her around. As you can see, Dark Souls 2 has way more of a focus on, like, summoning and cooperation and things like that, and it's PvP as well. Which is not a bad thing, I don't think. But it is going to lessen the impact of this fight, which is, again, one of my favorites in the entire series. It's no frills, except this bit right here. There are two, like, tar pits, basically braziers, but a bit more simple, that you can light to provide additional illumination in the boss arena, which actually affects the effective range at which you can target the boss, like with lock-ons and things like that. And originally, to get the Bastille key you needed to access these side chambers, you had to defeat the Belfry Gargoyles before this boss, which is nowhere near as difficult. That's one thing they actually changed to make a bit less trying. So we'll go ahead and light that one, and light that one, and we are now ready, friends, to take on the inheritor of the Witch of Izalith's soul. Now, originally, that little light gimmick aside, the only, like, real focus of this fight was swordplay, like good old melee combat. It's you against one enemy with a phenomenal moveset, a pretty cool weapon, a respectable amount of health, who's extremely, like, adaptable and mobile. It's good stuff. So let's meet the first old one, the Lost Sinner. Notice one of the chaos bugs, like the one that was powering the bed of chaos itself, crawling into her eye. Oh, this is so cool. Get chills running down your spine, or I do at least, just... She does not play around at all. Very fast, doesn't stay in range too long, especially if she was fighting you just one-on-one. Basically, imagine Artorias with slightly greater range and, like, kind of scaled for early game, and you've got it. Yeah, no, and MC just said, reminds me of Artorias. I would say this fight is actually cooler for where it's at in the game. Like, this is your first encounter, probably, with one of these old soul bearers, and she brings the fire. Lucatiel, don't you dare die. Because if you die, damn it, that means we have to summon her for the other two. But that does allow me to show off what I love so much about this fight. Namely, how she will just stay on your ass. Jesus Christ. Oh, she killed me through the shield, nice. And MC says in terms of quality, yeah, this is a tough one. I don't know if the Flexile Sentry respawns. If it doesn't, we're in good shape. If it does, we're in trouble. Now, I could also wear... probably not all of Strahd's armor. Like, I could get some heavier armor, like the Drang Lake mail, and still move pretty swiftly, right? This is, as much as I love the black armor, this is probably the smart thing to do for now, because this is going to boost our defense against her arsenal dramatically. surprised we've yet to get a single piece of their equipment. Again, in this game, this version of the game, maybe a merchant sells it, or you can find it elsewhere, but originally they would drop it, as well as the flambeaux. Let's do it. Oh hell, it does come back. Well, Lucatiel, you have fun with that. I'm going to rush on ahead to the boss. Ooh. So we could just get the hell out of Dodge. That's a good thing to see. Very good, in fact. Burn a couple of these and we should be good. Fire would be really good against her, but we don't have any charcoal bone to... Oh, look! It's using partial frames to run away from us. How cute. Well, let's try that again. That's a very punishable attack. And yeah, now that I've fought Artorias himself, I can see there's some definite inspiration here. Except, she seems to occupy most of her time performing more conventional moves that deal less damage, yes, but also take way less time to execute, whereas Artorias was like big, hard-hitting special attack after big, hard-hitting special attack. The thing about the Sinner is, the arc of those swings of her sword are really nasty. They can catch you quite easily. Now, I could get this one solo myself if you gave me just a couple tries, but... And in fact, it looks like I'm effectively doing that right now, as Lucatiel's of questionable use. Got her. So I don't think summoning NPCs necessarily, cheeses bosses in this game, nor does it reduce how epic they are, but I don't know, I still feel like, oh man, I should have done that entirely on my own, you know, but it does seem as well, like I said, more of this game's encounters, more of this game's world is kind of designed to encourage you playing with others. And you can see there were all these manacles that were holding her to this spot. Notice they're all leading from the front wall, not the back. This is something that T.B. Skine pointed out in his analysis. Again, like, the thing is being kept from the back of the dungeon, not the front. Some of these do have, these like little end dungeon treasure rooms do have secret doors, I believe, but Fragrant Branch of Yorn and Elizabeth Mushroom, perfect. This is a primal bonfire. One is guarded by each of the Lord Soul Bearers. We've got the Soul of the Lost Sinner, Prisoner of Sinner's Rise. The Lost Sinner eternally punishes herself for the sins of her past. Yeah, so she put herself here. She wasn't imprisoned here by Vendrick and his men. And the mistakes of her past are thought to refer to, well, the Witch of Izalith and the False Flame. The great costs incurred by those mistakes. So we are done with that entire branch of the game. The Bastille had a ton of content in and around it, and have you seen what I meant? Or what I mean by, like, things just really start heating up once we finally hit that first boss in the Forest of Giants. Like, it's boss after boss after boss after boss, and areas that are much denser, but also, like, shorter, so we're not in the same area for, like, you know, hours and hours. I think that's really cool. Again, good job, Dark Souls 2. Now, one thing I want to do real quick, after we level up, of course.
You have acquired the soul of an old one. That is more than most undead can say.
Oh good, we've got a ton of levels waiting for us. Give me a couple more decks. More vitality and more vigor. There we go. Or no, sorry. More stamina, probably. We really do need to be increasing our stamina. Okay, so she doesn't have anything else new for us. Shalqua might have some exposition, though. And while we're here, in fact, let's burn these souls and grab a couple more levels, just because I really want to get to a place where we can competently use hexes before too long. At least the basic ones, anyway.
Oh, you do have the time. This place is fascinating. We receive only the it's an...
Anything? Anything at all?
To see those things there. And that, yes. Were you... Have you made friends?
Nothing yet. Okay.
Nothing's... Well, that...
MC says one thing I learned in Dark Souls Catacombs is to never walk in the water at the bottom. Oh yeah, no. Water that you can apparently traverse... Oh, it triggers all the wheelies? I did not know that, actually.
I'm glad.
He now should sell... Yeah, the Lost Sinners. Kit. Her handcuffs actually increase the power of pyromancies, which, given who she inherited her power from, kind of makes sense. But before we call it for the day, we're going to grab, as I said, a couple more levels. We've probably got 2 more in us, and both of them are going to go into intelligence for now.
There, less.
2 more? Yeah. More intelligence, thank you. And we're going to go pay Lycia to open the passage to that new area that can be accessed from Hades Tower of Flame, because that is where our next old one can be found. And unlike the other 3, this one's kind of horrible. As I said, they're the closest thing this game has to a present, like, live villain, in the sense of Seath from the first game. It's the old Iron King. And unlike Vendrick, who just kind of locked up his undead or things like that, the Iron King used them for sport. He, like, hunted all of his undead when he wasn't torturing them for no friggin' reason.
May the path
for your soul.
Rouge water. Which, what does that do exactly? Here it is. Restores HP and spell uses. Crimson water of unknown origin, though known to some as red holy water. Not everyone acknowledges its holy status. This is Falcon. He is our fundamental hex trainer.
The dark stirs. I see it. The dark is sparked within you.
He's just sitting here staring at a wall.
Falcon. I'm on track with you. What do you need? This land lies closest to the dark. That is why I came here. This kingdom collapsed long ago. All that are left are either undead or hollow. It's like a few misfits like myself. I went to a great school in the south, but neither sorcery nor pyromancy appealed.
I think we actually have time for one more boss. It'll take us maybe 18 minutes to get to and through, but there's another boss and a special covenant up ahead for us.
It drew me in, the nebulous dark. Soon I was drawn to this land where dark runs deeper than anywhere else. Hexes originated here in ancient times.
So again, here we have our first, like, representative of pure darkness, and he's perfectly pleasant.
Later rediscovered. Those who devoted to hexes are a lonely lot, but nevertheless, they give their life to their art. Such is the fate of we practitioners of dark. What drew me to the dark? I do not know. Hexes are more than mere tools to me. I feel affinity, warmth, something universal, nostalgic. Those who...
There's also a special dark-aligned covenant in the game, and its covenant master is, again, really a stand-up person. Like, the dark-aligned folks we meet in this game, for the most part, are really pleasant. Okay, that's all he has to say. Now let's see what he has to sell. The Chaos Rapier from, I think you could forge something similar from Kalag Soul in the first game. An Archdrake Staff and Chime, and then the Chaos Shield. He sells a bunch of hexes. Resonant Soul is pretty good, but that's the one we want, Dark Weapon. We'll go ahead and pick up Resonant Soul, I mean, why not? It drains the souls we currently have in order to create a massive, like, sort of beam, I think. Haven't bought enough to get his treasure yet. Welcome to Huntsman's Copse, a beautiful area where the Old Iron King's servants and friends used to go on their perverse undead hunts. The area is still populated with the remains of his huntsmen, as well as, like, Hollowed Thieves Guild, whose members will attack us throughout. You see that butterfly? It spreads poisonous pollen. That is a bad butterfly. Or moth, whichever. Not the most durable thing in the world, though. And yeah, you can actually platform down to the bottom of this area for some treasure, I think. Yep. Yep, I can see it down there. You know what? Screw it. Why not? Let's be bold, for once. So we can remember why we never are. hear a basilisk? Dog? Giant basilisk, right. Stuck the landing. Monastery charm and a good bit of money for this stage of the game. We'll go back to the giant basilisk in just a minute. It is literally just a bigger basilisk, so no huge threat. Oh yeah, you can access it from the copse proper. You can see all the butterflies over there doing their thing. Big basilisk is actually not something we need to worry about too much, provided I can do a drop attack on it, like so. It can actually damage us with physical attacks, unlike the smaller ones. And it can petrify you like nobody's business, but not too bad. So we got some poison moss. We got some poison moss dropped by the butterflies that fell down here, no doubt. And then, whatever this is. What are you? Oh, Ricard's rapier! You know, the trademark weapon of Undead Prince Ricard from the first game? We fought him in Sin's Fortress. It apparently has a ridiculous buff, or a ridiculous boost to backstabs and riposts. Let's just access the world's least comfortable elevator. And we'll emerge not too far from our first bonfire. The first one that we accessed here, of course. These are the... No! Ah! I obviously did not remember there's a pit there. Whoops. But there is. Thought I'd be smart and take out that thief, because the thieves, when they're actually, like, armed to fight you, are pretty... or they're a bit like the Varangians. Not resilient in the least, but they can deal a surprising amount of damage in a short span of time. No matter, though, we could just walk right on ahead and we'll recover our souls. What does he have? A small orange burr. I think that might temporarily boost, like, fire defense or something like that. Right through here. Money. Thank you. Small yellow burr. Yep, here are the hollow thieves. There are versions with like 2 broken thief swords and another with, let's shed a little light on the situation real quick. There's another variant with a club, I believe. There we are, and all is right with the world. They also have a unique armor set, I believe. Prisoner's Tatters, that's just like very bad armor. Soul of a Nameless Soldier and a life gem. No. With all that intelligence we're leveling, these soul arrows are starting to pack a pretty punch. We also get another bandit's knife, like the ones Vendrick's soldiers use, I believe. That's our second one, right? Ooh, meaning before too long I can show off another cool feature of this game, probably for our next stream, power stancing. Oh right, this is just the lift room. Little ladder here leading up to the roof, though. I think. Definitely want to explore that. Yep. That's where our new covenant is. In that kind of Colosseum-looking thing. Is that another one of the... No, that is not one of the ninjas, my bad. Poison moss and a life gem? Okay. I'll take it. Oh! And we get ambushed by another thief. Good tactic there. So ambushes will be a bit more common here than they've been even in other places. Oof. They kind of need it though because they're not too durable. We'll come back for that. There's thankfully a bonfire not far from here at all. One right there, actually. We're already super close to that next boss, though, so I really want to get that done. So I can show you guys all one of the more unique bosses the game has to offer. So far we've been fighting just the thieves that naturally lived in this area, and the various prisoners the Old Iron King would set loose to serve as the prey for his hunts. But before too long, we should encounter the huntsmen themselves, or the gamekeepers, I guess, for the first time. Now, let's see if we can't plug this guy from here. Yep. Whee! Oh, almost missed this. More burrs and undead. Or undead souls. Okay. Can already see some... That's one of the huntsmen. Now, he's a big guy and kind of scary looking, sure enough. But he's not that bad. Very easy to backstab, easy to dodge. Gives a decent amount of souls for what he is. There's loads of these little cairns with, like, treasure and other goodies throughout the entire area. I see you. Damn, these soul arrows are pretty strong. Imagine what heavy Great Soul Arrow would do. Or Great Heavy Soul Arrow, I should say. Is there something waiting to ambush us in here? Well, it's Dark Souls, of course there is. Here we can summon in Bashful Ray. Not necessary. A Morning Star. And some cash. Morning Star ain't a bad weapon at all. I love this area. Very eerie, like, again, a fairy tale woodland. It's just gone horribly wrong. I'd say aesthetically, too, it's much cooler than Darkroot Garden. Sorry, but just kind of is. Got some more aromatic ooze. Now that we've got magic weapon, that's kind of redundant, but if you weren't going for like a spell sword build, it'd be good to have, especially right here. We've been invaded by one of the Forlorn. Oh shit. So these guys were added for Scholar of the First Sin, and they are the special vassals of a very, very important character. There's a handful of them scattered throughout the world, and they can bring fire. There it is. Got him. Now each of them should drop a piece of gear, I think. Maybe? Maybe? Maybe not. No, just a human effigy. Well, that's good, I guess. Just a life gem. And some poison moss from the butterfly. So we've already been in there. There's a large iron drawbridge we'll need to lower. One of several in this area. As you'd imagine from the name, the old Iron King had a real fascination with metal. Just about anything associated with him is going to be made of the self-same metals, or various alloys. The massive ironclad sort of turtle knights we saw back at the Forest of the Giants, those are some of his soldiers, some of his favorite creations. No, no! That was very close. Now there's yet another bonfire right over here, I think. But the way in is locked for now. No matter, we can find a way in quickly. Hopefully, if I remember my Dark Souls well enough to do so. These tunnels have a bit of a problem. They have specifically a bit of a skeleton problem, and there are little undead necromancers reviving them, just like the catacombs. Oh, and see these pots with the faces on them? They cackle endlessly and will expel a curse aura until you shatter them. Yeah, probably don't want to let them do that. We got a magic mace and some titanite. There's our necromancer. Or there he was, anyway. Quite like the look of the necromancers in this game. They're a bit less human looking. Something that may have been human once, dig? Got an alluring skull. I guess from an alluring skeletal enemy. And this area spits you out at like this sort of mountain pass inhabited by the thieves at various points. There's a lot of thieves and a lot of ambushes here, as you'd imagine. So we're actually going to tackle it from the opposite side, hey? Yeah, this... Oh no, you can't, that's right. This is another shortcut, accessible only after the boss, or no, near the primary boss gate of the forest. Another butterfly. That'll lay on the draw for that ambush, buddy. More flame butterflies. Well, alright. At a certain point in here, in the original game at least, you'd get invaded by, like, an NPC witch. Oh, is that another necromancer? Yes, it is. And they're using homing soul arrow. Nasty stuff. We can deal with that, though, by going around here. You can see the boss door for this area right over there. And just, well, walking right around. Nice try, buddy. We can cut down his personal cadre of skeletons and pick up a little loot, including a brand new pyromancy, combustion. It's like a short-range, like, burst of flame. Pretty good. And tell you what, since we're going to be fighting a boss or two, I'm going to go ahead and use up a pinch of that repair powder. Before long, we will get that repair spell, hopefully. Hoping and praying. Got him. Oh, Titanite Lizard. Don't you run away from me. Damn it. Got away. Estus Flask Shard. Perfect, perfect. And I tell you guys what, after we see whether or not old Brady can make this jump, that is a big question, and collect that treasure, I'm gonna fight the main boss of this area first, then go back around for the special Covenant boss. Yeah, why not live dangerously, eh? Human effigy, a bunch of lacerating soaked blood arrows, and a prism stone. Or, sorry, 3 prism stones. Got it. So a couple more things we need to explore back in the ravine, because we need to find that key. Remember the key to the bonfire. Can't believe we're going to be running almost an entire additional hour because I just love this game too much. Scheduling? What's that? There should be a side path right back here. Somewhere. Yeah, there it is. Nothing over here, right? No. It's all gonna be up here. There she is, Rowena. Oh, dodged my bolts, did you? Well, that's hardly sporting, ma'am. Fortunately, her scythe is not the best weapon in the world. Though we got her warlock mask, that's a nice touch, I guess. And, she's not too durable. Doesn't have a great shield or anything. Another human effigy. We got the Undead Lockaway key. That's what we wanted. That's what we came up here for. Let's have a look. Key to the prison in the Huntsman's Copse. The undead hunts during the reign of the Old Iron King took place in this forest, and the cells in which the undead were held still stand there to this day. However, the march of time has eroded away any difference between captors and captives. It's also given us just a great-ass bonfire. Now, I don't know if the pyromancers in the caves respawn or not. Something tells me they don't, but we'll see. And here we can meet another special character. This is Creighton of Mira.
Who are you?
Or no, is he of Mira, or where's he from?
For a moment.
Creighton, at any rate.
You've set me free. Now I can find him. The cheeky prick.
He's talking about Pate, of course.
I am Creighton of Mira. I travel from land to land to hone my blade. I've heard this land was full of danger. I thought it would suit me perfectly. I joined forces with a man on the way, but he was no more than a backstabbing knave. He took the first chance he had to try and off me. I decided to set a trap for him here. But then I got trapped myself.
How the hell does that work?
I can't believe that.
Oh, I guess Rowena locked him in.
Thank the stars that you came along. You be careful of him. Pate, I think he said. He wears this rather unusual ring. You know it when you see it. I've seen his type before. He kills entirely for the pleasure of it. I'm sure I won't be his last victim. The man's better off dead. I tell you, he's a slick talker. So don't let him fool you. Pate, the man with a strange ring. Watch out, and don't you believe.
Right, okay.
Common foot, but
we can learn a gesture from him real quick, and that's about it, I think.
Pate.
Yeah. Okay, so with that, it's time to rest at a bonfire and take on our bosses. The Undead Lockaway is great and centrally located to allow us to tackle both. We can start by heading over here towards the Covenant area. I think. Yes, it's right over there. There's some special enemies, quite a few special enemies guarding the Colosseum. But once we get past them, the boss shouldn't be too tough. It's these guys, the undead torturers. They use dark weapons. I don't remember this little party, though. There we are. Not perfect, but we'll make do. More of these burrs. I've got to check what they do. I don't remember ever using them, really. So plenty of those torturers are waiting to drop down on us throughout this little passageway. Ow, damn. Red eye orb. Yeah, that makes sense. Skeleton. Or it was. We got another skull. A notched whip. The same kind of whip that the next type of torturer we run into uses prolifically. We want to move slowly so we don't trigger several of them at once. 2, 3. Got him. Yep, these are the ones with the whips. And now they can be outright nasty. One, two, three. Oh, yeah. We don't have the world's greatest dark defense, I don't think, so they're gonna hurt no matter what. I don't think that's all of them, but it's very close. Yep, one more with a whip. We could just burn him down, thankfully. Thankfully, against a shield, a whip is practically useless. Believe me, I know. There is, I believe, a very special Guardian that was not removed for Scholar of the First Sin edition. Whoops. Well, we'll let him climb up and then dispatch him. Not the happiest place in the world, as you'd imagine. Disneyland this ain't. There should be a special red phantom guarding this area. The Undead Purgatory. Imagine if the Cathedral of Blue was dedicated to evil and you've got this area in a nutshell. Oh, look at this guy. Jeesh. What a pain he can be. Seriously, he uses an ultra greatsword, which oddly enough in this game is just called greatsword, to dramatic effect. Got him though, and he does not respawn. Looks like he wears the Drangleic set, like maybe all of it? Don't know. Alright, are we ready for a brand new boss? A very interesting puzzle-based boss? Well, kinda sorta puzzle-based. This is the Old Iron King's chief lieutenant in the area. Well, he is now anyway. Oh god, that face. Meet the Executioner's Chariot. Not the Executioner, though there is one. The Executioner's Chariot. So it's going to spend the entire fight just crashing around this area in a circular pattern. The main threat to us is going to be these skeletons all around. Luckily, the chariot can run them over quite easily. But there are necromancers keeping them up and at them. We want to deal with them. That way the soldiers in each area won't respawn. Like so. There's two necromancers, two big old waves of skellies you gotta deal with. All you've got to do is reach that portcullis we saw a skeleton raising in the intro cutscene and close it. Easy peasy, right? Yeah, well, kinda. That allows you to begin the fight proper. Here we go. And drop the gate to... No, 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 no! Oh, they pinned me to the lever! God damn, I've never seen that happen before. But yes, it destroys the chariot, leaving you to fight the conjoined horse team in place of the charioteer as the actual boss. Well, Jesus. We're going to try to run through all of those tortures as quickly as possible now that the Red Phantom's gone, and just tackle the boss once more. Christ almighty. This area is not the most fun to run through, admittedly, but we won't have to after this. Oh, human effigy. Yeah, I probably need one of those. Now, once it's down to just the horses, the fight's not too different from a totally unarmored armored tusk from the first game, the boars, if that makes any sense. Deals a lot of damage, makes a lot of noise, but not that hard to whittle down. Doesn't have a very confusing pattern or anything. It's got this rearing slam attack that can be pretty nasty. And similarly, it can breathe like a concentrated fog of darkness that can deal pretty solid damage. But that's... Jesus Christ, you guys are fast. That's about it. No, no, no. Oh god, they can keep me from entering the boss arena. No! Well, we lost a bunch of souls again. Because the torturers can and will chase you, apparently. All the way up to the boss gate. I didn't remember that they did that. I thought they would follow you, like, right on up to that, like, little atrium, but they would not follow you up to the gate. Unfortunately, I am terribly misremembering things. And it just cost us a bunch of souls. Of course it did. Not that it matters, we're about to get a whole hell of a lot more from the... Oh, right, there was this area we were going to find, or could miss early on. MC says we made the game harder, the enemies are relentless now. Yeah, they kind of are. Oh, we got the Cyan Knight gauntlets, they're really good, actually. Like, look at the number of enemies that have pursued me to the point of making a weird little jump and dropping through the ceiling here. More sublime bone dust, that's really good. And moss and a blossom. Okay. I'll take it. Dark Souls 1, MC says Dark Souls 1 fans, this finally a proper Dark Souls. Unfortunately, so, yeah, there is, and I don't want to say this is characteristic of the entire fandom, because it's not. But there is a distinct component of the fandom, the get good folks, who take this almost masochistic pride in just doing something that's supposed to be really hard, bro. And absolutely hate the concept of something being less than the most challenging, of course, less than the most challenging thing they've ever been able to competently do, of course. But, they're out there. Did we miss them? Yes. Okay. Now back to a fight that, again, really isn't that bad. You've got plenty of great telegraphing for when the the chariots coming through. Whee! I also love how, like, these monstrous necromancers, have just, like, roasted lizards on sticks in place of proper staves. That's great. Oh my god. I forgot about that. It can sometimes clip you through the wall. It's weird, and there doesn't seem to be much consistency with that, but it can. We can also roll through the chariot, which is nice, if you time it just right. Oh, here you are. Alright, we should be good to take it down and begin. Jesus, are you kidding me? There's another one. Phase 2! This is a really cool looking boss, even though it is just like, what if horse but undead? I think it looks really cool with the constant emission of darkness from the mouths, the fact that it's two steeds conjoined into one. It's pretty awesome. And again, most of the fight, the actual challenge is just getting to this point. You can actually kill it by, like, sniping it with a bow from out the alcoves, but what's the fun in that? It's not used its breath attack at all, which is kind of weird. Oh, there it is. In the wrong direction, but okay. Not complaining. Oof! Got it! MC says, well, I'm a hardcore gamer, but I understand games. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's... Well, not just that, but I mean also some of these people, again, a very small percentage of the fan base, I think, well, a decent percentage of the fan base, kind of like to hold their ability to do something other players can't, or maybe get frustrated with, over those players' heads for whatever reason, like it's a great accomplishment, which, you know, these are meant to be entertaining, and one of the great things about fandom is finding other people who are entertained by the same things you are, and what are you doing here? Oh, they followed me into the boss room now that the fog wall's gone. How? Well, I know for a fact they can't follow me into the Covenant Chamber. Or shouldn't be able to. Whew. Yeah, seriously, those guys are relentless. And she says there's a thing to be said about a boss giving you hell and not stopping because you're nice. Definitely. But I was talking specifically about the problem in the fandom of people, like, holding their accomplishments or the ease with which they're able to do things over others who are also trying to enjoy the same stuff. And, like, I think on the whole, Dark Souls 2's bosses have more balanced, like, coherent difficulty and a better difficulty slope throughout the entire game. So this might look familiar These are more PvP arenas for a brand new Covenant. Oh, talking about this boss and how I like it. Having to find a way to break their impossible scenario. Yes, definitely. Again, what would be considered for the Soul series a puzzle boss. I think it's really, really good. One of my favorites in this game, in fact. And we did earn its soul, the Chariot's soul, that holds control over the undead purgatory. The chariot was created only to torment undead, and it took the form of a horrendous mad steed, a window into the soul of its master. And this guy is our new Covenant master, Titchy Grin.
Oh, you trot along home. This place won't be any fun. Not for you. What is it? Oh.
So, he heads up the Brotherhood of Blood, the successor to the Dark Wraith Covenant from the first game. All about invading players and killing them and offering up tokens you get to further your progress through the Covenant, as well as taking part in these weird little multiplayer duels. And like with Targray and the Blue Sentinels, he won't let you join until you have a token of spite, earned by invading and defeating another player, or through a couple PvE scenarios later on we'll get into. But real quick, to close this stream out proper, I am going to be taking on the real, like, kind of true boss of the Huntsman's Cops. The Undead Chariot, or the Executioner's Chariot, was a pretty cool little, like, side mission, but it's time to progress on toward the Old Iron King, who is 3 areas away, I want to say? And the Necromancers do not respawn, it would appear. Very good. The next boss also has a cool little gimmick. On through this shortcut we opened up. Oh, we can now summon Creighton to help with the boss if we'd like. It's not tied to progression though, so I don't think we have to. Ooh. Nothing to worry about. I probably won't have too hard a time with this boss. See, the Old Iron King put, like, certain of his servants in charge of this entire area, and, instead of presiding over demented hunts, they've, adopted a new goal. MC says, I got the ring from Tomb of the Giants and went back to the shrine. That was tough. Oh, no. Treasure hunting in the Tomb of the Giants at any point in the game is difficult, but early on especially. Check this out now. These guys are the Skeleton Lords. There's 3 of them, and each has a different weapon and a different gimmick. They're not difficult at all. You can even backstab them. And as you see, they don't have much health. That ties into the gimmick, though. Because when you kill one, you do not want to kill the others. Because the first one's soul fragments and raises a number of skeletal champions from the dead, a different type of skeleton for each. Like this guy raises up a bunch of the regular skeletons we've already killed. The others summon up different skeletal cohorts. The goal here is to trick first-time players into cutting down 2 or even all 3 of them at once, in quick succession, and spawning an army of skeletons that cannot be overcome. Jesus Christ, the Pyromancer turning on his own folks there. Not cool. These guys do not respawn, of course, like the little skeleton ads. And the Skeleton Lords themselves are actually not that dangerous. It's all of the spawns that are. MC says, now this reminds me of Hand of Fate too. Yeah, definitely. It's like the Queen of Bones on crack, or Queen of Skulls, rather. And notice that all of these little guys share the Skeleton Lord's health bar. They are all one entity for the purposes of the game. Now we take down the one with the scythe. Now what does he spawn? One of them's really cool. Yeah, so he spawned some dual-wielding skeleton heroes. Nowhere near as many, though. Like, I think just 3 or 4. 5, okay. My projectiles are a bit faster and more powerful than yours, buddy. This is the one. This is the one you want to save for last. The one with the giant staff. MCS, where's Oswin gone again? Thankfully, there's no potatoes to be seen here. Just, oh, get ready for it. Here they come! Making a special one-time only appearance back from Dark Souls 1, it is the Bone Wheel Skeletons. Just a couple of them, though. Originally, I think there were maybe 3, but trust me, you do not want to spawn those guys when a horde of the other skeletons are still around. So with that, we earn the Skeleton Lord's Soul. And should be able to get the hell out of here now. We'll find a new bonfire almost immediately, and that's when I'll call it. This teleports us. Again, it doesn't seem like there's a direct continuance from one area to the next, because we've gone from the dead of night to a very dreary, bleak-looking daytime with what appears to be a ruined... looks almost like a ruined arch tree in the distance, though it's not. Past another old iron bridge. I really like the Skeleton Lord's boss fight. The aesthetics are cool, the mechanics are cool, it's a great little fight. Welcome, then, to, Harvest Valley. Sounds like the name of a corporation that would sell, like, ready meals and the like, right? At Harvest Valley, we believe in the same values that you and your family do, such as desolation, isolation, depression, and the end of human existence in favor of a perpetual resurrection as an undead very, very slowly losing its sanity. That's why we work hard to bring you the best quality meals that we would only serve our own families. Only the best, choicest cuts of carrion make their way into Harvest Valley ready meals. Harvest Valley, because you have no choice. We will deal with that NPC on tomorrow's stream. But first, it's time to hang it up. We've been streaming for over 5 hours straight now, Jesus Christ, because I just have so much fun with this game. And MC says there's a thing to be said about Henna Fate 2 when you can remember the themes of a comedic relief challenge. Definitely. Not the only one in that game that would meet said criteria. We have come so far today, folks. We have claimed one of the old souls. We are more than halfway, all told, towards another. And in fact, by clearing the Grave of Saints, we are halfway towards the 4th. The next time we stream Dark Souls 2, it'll be either tomorrow or the day after. All depends on how much work I have or what's on my schedule. I'll keep you guys informed in the Discord. But I do want to stress, our next stream will probably see us take down 2 or all 3 of the Lord Soul Bearers that remain. Now, that does not bring us to the end game. Far from it. As opposed to Dark Souls 1, where collecting the Lord Souls would have you effectively ready to take on Lord Gwyn, had you not played the DLC, then you, here, we're going to enter basically a third act with its own series of dungeons and bosses, and you're maybe 8 or 9 bosses removed from the final boss when you actually, like, collect all of the souls. Let me see, does that hold up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 maybe. And of course, then we have all the DLC to tackle. So I'd say we've got at least a good week of Dark Souls 2 up ahead of us, and I do hope you'll all join me for that. So until next time, if you've been watching live on Twitch, or you're catching this after the fact as VOD on YouTube, I want to say how much I appreciate you spending a significant amount of time with me this afternoon. We will be back before too long with more Dark Souls 2. Keep up to date with all of this by joining our Discord, which you can find a permanent link to at the bottom of my Twitch channel's description page. And until then, ladies and gentlemen, have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye-bye!